glowing pastel path into a hidden mansion made of dreams and sweetness. She discovers a palace that survives on joy and is slowly disappearing. The story begins like this. Once upon a time, beyond the soft hills where the sky melted into shades of rose and cream, there lived a young girl named Ilara. Under the muted twilight, Ilara walks through soft hills, her figure blending into the same color of the landscape. The sky and hills merge in shades of gray, mirroring the listless weight in Ilara's every step. Her movements are slow, each footfall heavy with unspoken sorrow. The air is still, devoid of laughter or lightness, reflecting the deep quiet within her. Ilara walks on, alone, swallowed by the twilight's somber embrace. Night envelops Ilara's home, her room a solitary island of dim light amidst the darkness. Dull, lifeless objects surround Ilara, showing the emotional void within her. Twilight paints the soft hills as Ilara steps into view, alone against the fading light. A path of pastel light materializes beneath her feet, an ethereal invitation shimmering in the twilight. Ilara's eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of curiosity dancing within them. The path glows gently, inviting her forward into the mysteries of the Twilight Hills. As twilight descends, Ilara arrives before the Candy Dream Palace, a spectacle of lavender, strawberry, and pearl. The air itself tastes of sweetness, a magical invitation to a sugary realm. The palace shimmers, its macaron hues, painting a breathtaking vista of edible dreams. Ilara's eyes widen, her face mirroring pure and perfect, wonder at the sight before her. Before the Candy Dream Palace gates, Madame Leora radiates warmth, her velvet robes a cascade of blooming roses. Her smile gleams, a sign of pure delight against the whimsical environment. She stands tall, an enchanting figure promising untold wonders within. Her voice, soft yet resonant, echoes with invitation.
Welcome, little dreamer. You have arrived because your heart remembers joy, even if your mind has forgotten.
Ilara enters the macaron bedrooms. A soft glow from pastel lanterns paints the scene in gentle warmth. Pillows sigh under the lightest touch, promising rest and solace. Tiny sleep sprites dance around, their delicate work weaving dreams from stardust. Sugar threads shimmer as the sprites stitch together visions of peace. Ilara lies down on a soft bed, surrendering to the enchanting atmosphere. She feels her worries loosen their grip as tranquility envelops her. In the macaron bedrooms, Ilara sleeps, a rare peace gracing her face after years of turmoil. Pastel dreams swirl around her, soft and comforting, whispers of a soul slowly healing. Each breath is a gentle sigh, a release of burdens carried for far too long. The room glows softly, reflecting the quiet joy blossoming within her heart. Ilara enters the blossom courtyards, an overwhelming burst of impossible colors. Flowers in every imaginable shade bloom, a vibrant spectacle. Petals detach, swirling like confetti, filling the air with delicate beauty. Ilara, awestruck, absorbs the vibrant scene, her senses fully engaged. Sunlight filters through leaves, bathing a garden cafe where twin spirits, Pip and Petal, await. Pip's eyes twinkle.
Welcome, Ilara. We've been expecting you.
Petal gestures warmly.
Please have a seat and let us brew some happiness into your day.
The twins offer. Care for a cup of tea and a slice of our special honey cake? The air smells of flowers. In the garden cafe, Alara delicately sips tea, a warmth spreading through her, a feeling long forgotten. She nibbles on a slice of cake, a small, genuine laugh bubbling up, surprising even herself with its lightness. Her eyes soften, reflecting a newfound peace as she enjoys the moment. Pip and Petal exchange knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them in the sunlit cafe. Their eyes twinkle with amusement, sharing a secret joy at Elara's blossoming happiness. The garden cafe buzzes with life, a sanctuary where Elara rediscovers joy. In the grand palace hallway, Madame Leora guides Elara, the opulence of the palace slowly fading. Madame Leora gestures towards wilting flowers, their vibrant colors now dimming, mirroring a deeper decay. A profound concern etches across Madame Leora's face, a silent acknowledgement of the palace's plight. Her voice laced with worry, Madame Leora reveals a grim truth.
The Candy Dream Palace is slowly fading.
Elara's eyes widen, taking in the decaying beauty, realizing the stakes are higher than she imagined. The fading light casts long shadows, hinting at the encroaching darkness threatening the Candy Dream Palace. Elara arrives at the Dream Pools, a place now devoid of its namesake magic. Aurelian, the Guardian, stands solemn beside the once vibrant pools. The Dream Pools, once shimmering portals, now reflect a dull, lifeless image. The terraces, sorrow of their ethereal glow, mirror the despair in Aurelian's eyes. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faint whisper of a listless wind. The vibrant hues of the Dream Pools are replaced by a somber, muted palette. Aurelian gestures towards the shimmering Dream Pools, his earnest expression urging Elara to peer into their mystical depths. Sunlight dances on the water's surface, reflecting the ancient terraces and the weight of unspoken hopes. Aurelian's voice carries on the gentle breeze, a soft encouragement meant only for her ears. Only a heart willing to remember joy can restore what is fading, he says, his eyes full of ancient wisdom. Elara hesitates, her gaze drawn to the water, contemplating the echoes of joy and sorrow within its depths. Elara stands by the Dream Pools, her shadow outlined against the shimmering water. In the water's reflection, a younger Elara laughs, dreams dancing in her eyes. The vision of lost joy pierces her heart, a touching reminder of what once was. Tears well in Elara's eyes, reflecting the pain of memories and the passage of time. Elara enters the whimsical libraries, an old place of forgotten stories and whispered secrets. Sunlight filters through stained glass, illuminating shelves filled with living books. She wanders among the towering stacks, the scent of old paper and magic filling the air. Her fingers dance along the spines, each touch a silent invitation to untold tales. The books seem to hum with anticipation, their pages rustling like whispered voices. Wisdom awaits her in the heart of the library, a journey through the pages of time. She meets Archivist Mallow, an old figure seemingly made of parchment and light, moving with ancient grace. Archivist Mallow speaks, his voice soft as rustling pages.
This palace, dear Elara, thrives on shared joy, celebrations, stories whispered in hushed tones, kindness given without expectation. These are its lifeline.
Inside the Candy Dream Palace, Elara orchestrates a symphony of sweets, her movements precise and filled with purpose. Her hands dance across the tables, conjuring sugary delights and whimsical treats that promise a feast for the senses. Each confection is placed with care, a sign of her dedication and the magic she brings to the celebration hall. Soft humming escapes her lips, a sweet melody weaving through the air as she transforms the space. The celebration hall awakens under Elara's touch, vibrant colors and enchanting aromas filling every corner. Memories and dreams intertwine with each arrangement, promising an unforgettable night in the Candy Dream Palace. Within the Candy Dream Palace, Elara warmly invites every spirit to a night of grand celebration. The enchanted walls shimmer as magical beings gather, their faces glowing with anticipation. The grand hall fills with numbers of guardians and wandering souls ready for the festivities. A night of dreams and magic begins under the sweet spell of the Candy Dream Palace. The celebration hall glows with candlelight, each flame dancing and casting long shadows across the joyous faces. At the hall's center, Elara stands tall, a light of hope, gazing at the assembled crowd. A hush descends, silencing the hall as all eyes turn towards Elara, their faces alight with eager anticipation. A breath is held collectively, the hall poised on the edge of a shared future as Elara prepares to speak. Sunlight streams through stained glass windows, casting vibrant colors across the celebration hall. Elara stands center stage, her soft voice echoing with raw emotion as she addresses the assembled guests.
I lost my joy wandering through shadows.
Elara confesses, her words hanging in the air. She continues,
But found it here in the Candy Dream Palace.
A wave of understanding washes over the hall as Elara's story resonates deeply with everyone present. Laughter echoes, painting the celebration hall with vibrant joy, amplifying colors and brightening every corner. The palace breathes deeply, revitalized by shared happiness, its ancient stones resonating with newfound vitality. Dream pools shimmer with renewed intensity, reflecting radiant light, mirroring the collective happiness. Gardens burst into a riot of bloom, a fragrant tapestry woven through arched doorways, lightening awe. The walls glow with warmth, radiating peace and well-being, embracing every soul within its embrace. A symphony of light, color, and scent fills the hall, a sign of joy's transformative power. As dawn breaks, Madame Leora approaches Elara, her eyes reflecting deep gratitude. The Candy Dream Palace shimmers in the soft morning light, a dreamy environment to their touch moment. Madame Leora's voice is gentle, filled with warmth.
You may stay.
Or, return to your world. Her words carry the weight of choice, a magical proposition hanging in the sweet air.
And carry this magic with you?
Madame Leora finishes, her eyes full of hope. As dawn breaks, Elara stands before the Candy Dream Palace gates, a touching moment of departure etched on her face. She pauses, her gaze drawn back to the whimsical palace, a silent farewell lingering in the air. A gentle, fond smile graces her lips, a tender acknowledgement of the memories made within the candy walls. Her eyes reflect a mix of gratitude and bittersweet readiness as she prepares to step back into her own world. The gates shimmer, a portal between dreams and reality, awaiting her decisive step forward. Elara takes a deep breath, the scent of candy lingering as she turns her back on the palace, ready to return. Elara steps back into her world, forever changed. Colors swirl around her, painting the landscape with vibrant hues wherever she treads. Smiles blossom on the faces of those she passes, touched by her radiant aura. A newfound lightness graces her steps, a dance of joy in every movement. She walks with purpose, the soft hills echoing her laughter. Ilara's world reflects her inner transformation. In the distance, the Candy Dream Palace casts a gentle, hopeful glow across the soft hills. It waits patiently, a light of hope for hearts ready to embrace the timelessness of joy. The scene softly fades, leaving behind a lingering sense of wonder. A promise of magic hangs in the air, whispering that joy transcends age.
Extra!
I don't know why anyone comes here, it's just so quiet.
La! La!
Quiet your mind mouth with extra gum. Chew good.
Everyday travel can get overwhelming, especially when there's nothing to take your mind off it. The noise, the crowd, the endless announcements, it all piles up. And the worst part, you forgot your headphones. But before you rush off the train, Porter's got you. From keys to your wardrobe, we'll pick up your package in just 15 minutes and deliver it fast, safe, and affordable anywhere in Dubai.
My precious viewer, she ruled the world with ice and silence until one small fearless heart dared to warm her. When the Snow Queen descends from her frozen palace, everyone expects endless winter, but a single act of kindness cracks the ice she built around her heart. What happens when the coldest ruler meets the warmest soul? This is the fairy tale where winter learns to feel. Come closer and let's step quietly into this story and see where it dares to lead us. The camera soars over the endless, snow-blanketed peaks of the northern mountains. Sunlight glints off the pristine snow, creating a dazzling, almost blinding effect across the untouched landscape. In the far distance, a mirage shimmers the Palace of Winter, an imposing fortress of ice and legend. The palace rises majestically, its icy walls reflecting the cold, harsh light, a light of chilling grandeur. Its formidable structure dominates the horizon, a sign of the enduring power and mystery of the frozen north. In the Palace of Winter, the Snow Queen sits on her ice throne, a figure of cold majesty. Her features, strikingly beautiful yet untouched by warmth, command the throne room. Silence blankets the vast hall, amplifying the Queen's chilling presence. The subtle whisper of wind hints at the vast areas beyond. A lively village thrives in the valley, a sign of flexibility against the harsh winter's grip. Children's laughter echoes through the crisp air, a vibrant melody amidst the snow-dusted landscape. Villagers move with purpose, their daily routines unfolding against the backdrop of winter's stark beauty. Ellen's youthful strength supports an elderly woman. She lightened the burden for elderly people. The weight of firewood becomes a symbol of community, each log a sign of their shared survival. Kindness blooms in the heart of winter, a warm embrace against the cold indifference of the season. A humble room glows softly by the hearth's flickering light. Ellen and her family gather, the meal which they had, a reminder of harder times. The fire crackles, casting shadows that dance wildly on the walls, painting a vivid portrait of warmth against the encroaching night. In the hearth's glow, faces are illuminated with a quiet flexibility, each member sharing unspoken stories in the flickering light. The dancing flames reflect in their eyes, a testament to their unwavering spirit. holding warmth and hope against the night's chill. Elin emerges, her shadow outline against the doorway's inviting glow. Her figure a contrast to the approaching night. She raises her eyes to the celestial tapestry above, where countless stars blaze in silent vigil, their light painting her face.
If winter has a heart, I wish it would remember us.
She whispers her wish into the wind, a plea for winter to remember their village, a fragile hope against the coming cold. The Snow Queen sits alone, a solitary figure of icy majesty upon her frozen throne. Silence blankets the vast throne room, broken only by the whisper of wind through glacial cracks. Light dances across crystalline structures, illuminating the Snow Queen's desolate domain. Elin's words echo, a persistent whisper in the throne room's frozen stillness. The weight of her solitude is palpable in the echoing silence of the palace. A faint shimmer of cold light accentuates the glacial beauty and the queen's icy resolve. Snowflakes dance, veiling the village in a soft, white embrace. A silhouette takes form against the dark sky. The Snow Queen appears, cloaked in silver frost. An ethereal glow emanates from her, chilling and majestic. Under the cloak of night, villagers huddle, their faces a canvas of terror. The Snow Queen glides through the street, an ethereal figure amidst palpable fear. Elin stands firm, an island of resolve in a sea of dread. Their eyes meet the Snow Queen's cold command against Elin's compassion. A silent challenge passes between them in the hushed night. In the deserted village, Elin speaks softly, her breath misting in the frigid night air. The first snowflakes begin to fall. Silently cloaking the cobblestone street in a pristine white blanket. Elin's gentle gaze softens as she observes the Snow Queen, a profound empathy in her eyes.
You must be very lonely.
Elin says, her words echoing in the stillness of the night. The Snow Queen's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise and vulnerability crossing her icy features. Elin's words strike the Snow Queen deeply, resonating with a truth she can no longer ignore. In the village street, the Snow Queen turns, snowflakes swirling around her like a protective veil. Elin extends her hand, a hope of warmth against the night's icy grip. She offers the Snow Queen a scarf, intricately woven and radiating a gentle heat. A silent offering of warmth meets the cold indifference of the Snow Queen. Will the Snow Queen accept Elin's gift, or will her icy heart remain untouched? Night falls on the quiet village street, shadows dancing under the dim glow of scattered lamps. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and the chill of the night. Elin's voice echoes in the stillness, a stressed whisper against the encroaching darkness.
Cold doesn't scare me, but loneliness should never be faced alone.
She declares. In the palace of Winter's throne room, fragmented images flicker like phantom memories across icy surfaces. Echoes of laughter bounce off the frozen walls, a stark contrast to the chilling silence that follows. Glimpses of tender love appear, fleeting moments of warmth in the kingdom's eternal frost. Sharp stabs of profound loss cut through the air, a painful reminder of what once was. Phantoms dance in the frozen air, weaving a story of love and loss in the heart of winter. A tear traces a lonely path down the Snow Queen's cheek, a silent sign of her sorrow as it falls towards the earth below. The tear meets the pristine snow, its crystalline structure mirroring the cold, untouched landscape surrounding it. A magical transformation begins where the tear lands, defying the winter's icy grip on the world. From the melting snow, a tiny white flower unfurls, its petals delicate, pure, and full of fragile beauty. Its delicate form hints at a hidden warmth, a silent promise of life amidst the snow-covered village. In the throne room, the Snow Queen's breath mists, a visible sign of the frigid air that permeates her icy domain. She removes the crystal key, its facets catching the dim light. From around her neck, a weighty decision etched on her face. Her hands tremble slightly, betraying a hint of vulnerability beneath her regal composure. Ice crystals woven into her gown shimmer, reflecting the faint, ethereal light of the palace. The throne room of the Palace of Winter stands in frozen majesty, its icy walls reflecting the cold, distant starlight. With a gesture of untold power, the Snow Queen unlocks the frozen cage around her heart. A blinding golden light bursts forth, pushing back the shadows and the eternal winter. The light cascades over the throne, melting the frost and illuminating long-hidden details. Warmth floods the room, a contrast to the icy chill that had reigned for centuries. The village emerges as winter's grip loosens, a subtle promise of renewal in the air. Rivers awaken from their icy slumber, reflecting the warming sky above like liquid mirrors. Melting snow trickles down, feeding the rivers and carrying away the last vestiges of winter's chill. Trees, burdened for months, sigh with relief as the thaw releases them from winter's heavy embrace. Sunlight filters through the bare branches, casting long shadows that dance with the promise of spring. A tangible sense of hope and anticipation fills the air as nature stirs from its long winter sleep. Near the snow-capped mountains, the Snow Queen and Ellen stand, the biting wind swirling around them. Their serene expressions contradict the harsh environment as they survey the seemingly endless vista. The stark beauty of the landscape mirrors the quiet strength in their shared gaze. Gaze. A silent understanding passes between them, etched against the vast white canvas of the mountains. The village square bursts with life as villagers gather, their joyous laughter echoing under a bright, sunlit sky. Faces shine with delight as young and old celebrate the changing season. A vibrant tapestry of community and tradition. Colorful banners flutter in the gentle breeze, painting the scene with hues of celebration. The air is thick with the comforting scent of freshly baked bread. In the throne room of the Palace of Winter, the Snow Queen reigns, her icy demeanor softening. The throne room, once a monument to cold, now feels touched by a subtle warmth. A change sweeps through the room, thawing the frost that clung to every surface. The Snow Queen's eyes, once glacial, now reflect a newfound tenderness. The air shimmers, the magic of winter yielding to a gentler influence. The frozen heart of the palace begins to thaw, mirroring the Queen's own transformation. Sunlight glistens on the pristine snow, blanketing a quaint village nestled deep within a serene valley, bundled in vibrant winter clothes. Children burst with energy, their playful figures darting across the snowy expanse. Snowballs fly amidst peals of joyous laughter, the sound echoing through the crisp, cold air of the valley. Tiny footprints mark their paths, a sign of the carefree joy etched into the winter landscape. The village, alive with youthful glee, stands as a picturesque scene of winter's simple pleasures. In the snow-dusted village, Elin kneels, guiding a young boy's eager hands as they build the snowman's solid base. Elin smiles, her warm breath misting in the crisp air, a gentle contrast to the cold. The boy giggles, his face flushed with pure joy as the snowman begins to take shape. Ellen demonstrates the art of gentle shaping, her touch tender and patient. She shares a quiet lesson. Kindness and patience are key, not just with snowmen, but with all. High in the mountains, the Snow Queen gazes down upon the village, a serene smile playing on her lips. The wind whispers secrets through the snow-laden peaks, carrying the crisp scent of pine and ice. A silent promise hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, hinting at impending change. Snow falls like a blessing on the village, softening the thatched roofs and cobblestone streets with a gentle hush. The bonfire's flames dance, casting shadows that whisper tales of courage and transformation among the gathered villagers. Faces etched with warmth and remembrance gather close, the firelight reflecting in their eyes. The night air is filled with stories, softly spoken, while the soft snow is falling. Inside Ellen's warm home, a stark contrast to the world outside, she gazes through the window at the softly falling snow. Each snowflake dances in the night, carrying a silent promise of change and renewal. A reflective mood settles over Elin as the snow continues to blanket the world outside. She contemplates the profound truth that even the coldest heart can be warmed. A glimmer of hope sparks in her eyes, mirroring the gentle glow of the winter night. The camera ascends, revealing the Palace of Winter, a solitary structure against the vast, rugged expanse of the northern mountains. Bathed in the gentle embrace of golden sunlight, the palace emerges as a symbol of resilience and promise. Its walls reflect a warm, inviting glow, contrasting sharply with the snow-covered peaks. The Palace of Winter stands resistant, a light of hope amidst the desolate, frozen wilderness. My dearest viewers, what if I told you, on a night when 2 starving orphans had nothing left but faith, a mysterious light appeared beneath the Ramadan moon, and the miracle it brought would change not only their lives, but the heart of an entire village? Stay with me, because this is not just a story about magic. It's a story about hunger, hope, and the kind of kindness that multiplies like a blessing in Ramadan. The story begins like this. Under a velvet sky, a silver Ramadan moon hangs, illuminating a tranquil village. Softly glowing lanterns cast long, dancing shadows that sway with the gentle breeze. The air, heavy and inviting, carries the aroma of freshly baked bread and fragrant spiced rice. Joyous sounds of laughter and family chatter drift from illuminated homes, filling the night. The entire village pulses with the warm, shared spirit of iftar, a symphony of togetherness. A tiny, broken-down hut stands at the vibrant village's edge, its worn wooden window slightly ajar, hinting at hidden lives. Inside the dim hut, Amina's shadow outline is framed against the sliver of light from the open window. Her hands gently push the window shut, a silent ritual to shield her brother from the feast's allure. The tempting smells and sounds of the feast outside are muted, but their presence still lingers in the air. Yusuf sits quietly, his small frame hunched, a touching picture of loneliness. Amina glances at Yusuf, her expression a mix of tender protection and shared longing. As darkness claims the room, in their humble hut, Yusuf's eyes, wide with unspoken worry, fix on Amina, a question hovering on his lips. He dares to ask, his voice a whisper.
Are you hungry?
Amina's gentle smile masks a gnawing emptiness, her stomach aching as she offers a hopeful reply.
Allah always feeds us somehow.
The heavy silence in their hut is pierced only by the distant, festive sounds of the village, a stark contrast to their quiet struggle. The full moon, a luminous pearl, bathes the quiet village in a silvery, delicate glow, promising tranquility. Inside the humble hut, Yusuf sleeps unconsciously, his shallow breaths a silent sign of the gnawing hunger within. Just outside, Amina kneels, her hands raised towards the heavens, a desperate prayer etched on her face. Silent tears stream down her face, glistening like liquid diamonds under the gentle caress of the moonlight. Her voice, a whispered plea, ascends to the night. O Allah, we do not ask for riches, only enough to keep fasting. Amina finishes her prayer, her voice a whispered echo in the profound stillness of the night. A gentle, warm wind, sweet with jasmine and honey, rustles through the ancient olive tree by their humble hut. Beneath the gnarled roots, a soft, otherworldly glow begins to bloom, piercing the darkness. The luminous light intensifies, bathing the surroundings in an ethereal, captivating radiance. From a swirling, otherworldly glow, a beautiful, ethereal fairy materializes, her form shimmering with silver light. Amina gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief, yet she remains rooted to the spot, a strange comfort washing over her. The fairy's eyes, gentle as the dawn, meet Amina's, radiating a serene calm amidst the wonder. The fairy's voice, soft yet profound, breaks the silence.
Do not be afraid.
Under the ancient olive tree, Amina, still shaken, finds her voice to ask, Who are you? The fairy, radiating an ethereal calm, smiles gently, her presence a hope in the night. With a graceful gesture, the fairy extends her hand, offering a small, unassuming clay pot.
I am a servant of mercy, sent to those whose patience shines brighter than the stars.
She replies softly. Moonlight filters through gnarled olive branches, casting long, dancing shadows around the ethereal, glowing fairy. Amina's gaze darts from the pot to the fairy, a crease forming between her brows as the fairy intones.
This pot will never empty as long as what you take from it is shared.
Amina's voice, tinged with disbelief, echoes the fairy's words.
Shared? But we barely have anything.
Under the ancient olive tree, the fairy's smile deepens, her eyes radiating profound understanding. She utters, her voice a soft, ethereal whisper in the night.
That's why your hearts are worthy.
Her shimmering silver light begins to dim, a gentle ebb into the surrounding darkness. The luminous glow recedes, slowly leaving Amina in the fading magical embrace. Amina stands alone, a simple pot clutched in her hands, her face etched with a profound sense of wonder. The night reclaims its shadows, leaving Amina to ponder the extraordinary encounter beneath the ancient tree. In the evening light, Amina carefully lifts the lid of a clay pot, a gentle smile on her face. A warm, inviting aroma fills the small hut, swirling around Yusuf as he watches, captivated. Yusuf's eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of steaming lentil soup, freshly baked bread, and sweet dates. He gazes at the feast, a profound wonder in his expression, as if witnessing a miracle unfold before him. With a hushed breath, Yusuf asks, his voice filled with awe.
Is it magic?
Amina's face lights up with a genuine, joyful smile, her eyes sparkling with relief and contentment. The simple meal, a light of hope, lies before them, promising a moment of peace after days of hardship. Amina's voice, soft and full of gratitude, whispers,
It is mercy.
just as they prepare to eat. A soft, unexpected knock echoes from their hut's door, shattering the fragile calm. Their moment of quiet relief is abruptly interrupted, leaving a lingering question in the air. As evening descends, Amina opens the hut door, revealing an old widow shivering outside, her frail body trembling. The widow's eyes, hollow with hunger and cold, fix on Amina, a plea unspoken. Yusuf's gaze flickers with apprehension, a silent acknowledgement of their own meager provisions. His heart aches, knowing they have little to spare. Yet the widow's plight is undeniable. The widow's voice is a fragile whisper.
I have nothing for iftar.
Amina's face reflects a profound dilemma, torn between compassion and their own scarcity. Amina closes her eyes, a flicker of resolve igniting in their depths as she faces the evening. Without hesitation, she fills a bowl with warm lentil soup and bread, a gesture of profound kindness. She extends the offering to the weeping widow, her voice a gentle balm.
Please, take this.
The widow's profound gratitude washes over her, a silent sign of the power of sympathy. Amina approaches the pot with weary steps, her movements slow and heavy with the weight of expectation. Her eyes widen in utter astonishment as she lifts the lid, revealing the pot, miraculously full once more. Yusuf watches her, his earlier fear replaced by a profound wonder, his gaze fixed on the magical pot. The incredible reality of the pot's magic settles upon them both, a shared moment of silent, awestruck understanding. Under the scorching sun, Amina and Yusuf, a hope of generosity, share steaming food with weary travelers on dusty village streets. With compassionate hearts, they offer sustenance and comfort to other widows in the village, a quiet force of kindness. Smiling warmly, they press sweet dates into the eager hands of hungry children, their selfless acts a gentle ripple, word of their extraordinary kindness. A profound tide of admiration slowly begins to spread throughout the community. Weeks later, the village square basks in the sun. Villagers gather, their gaze fixed on Amina and Yusuf. Their initial curiosity has blossomed into profound admiration and deep introspection. Despite their enduring poverty, Amina and Yusuf continue their boundless generosity, giving everything they have. Their selfless acts stand as a stark, inspiring contrast to their humble and challenging circumstances. Under the ancient olive tree, the night sky pulses with an ethereal glow, casting a soft, otherworldly light. The fairy materializes beneath the gnarled branches, radiant and serene, her presence illuminating the darkness. Her eyes, filled with ancient wisdom, fix upon Amina. A knowing smile gracing her lips, Amina stands before the glowing fairy, her face reflecting the wonder of the moment. The fairy's voice, soft yet echoes, breaks the silence.
You have understood the secret.
The revelation hangs in the air, a profound understanding passing between the fairy and Amina. Under the ancient olive tree, Amina returns the fairy's radiant smile, a profound understanding dawning in her eyes. The fairy shakes her head gently, her silver light shimmering, a silent affirmation of Amina's unspoken wisdom. Amina's voice, soft yet certain, breaks the hushed night.
The secret is not the pot, is it?
The fairy's silver light intensifies, illuminating her delicate form as she prepares to reveal the true heart of the matter. With a knowing gaze, the fairy imparts her wisdom.
The secret is that when you give for the sake of Allah, you never lose.
Amina's face glows with newfound clarity, the fairy's words echoing, forming her world forever. The first rays of morning light gently kiss the village, painting the scene in soft, golden hues. Villagers, with a newfound sense of purpose, gather outside Amina and Yusuf's humble hut. They carry sacks of rice, bundles of warm clothes, and soft blankets, their movements deliberate and kind. Small pouches of coins are clutched in their hands, symbols of shared responsibility and sympathy. Their faces, etched with resolve, reflect a powerful sense of community and firm support. The village elder steps forward, his humble expression fixed on Amina and Yusuf. His voice echoes with deep regret. He addresses them directly, his gaze filled with sincere admiration for their resilience.
We were blind to your hardship,
but your generosity has opened our eyes.
Amina and Yusuf stand side by side. Their faces reflecting a mixture of surprise and profound gratitude. The unexpected outpouring of support from the villagers washes over them. A wave of comfort and affirmation. High in the ancient olive tree, a fairy watches the village below. Her presence unseen by mortal eyes. A soft, contented smile graces her lips. A silent sign of a task beautifully done. Her ethereal form begins to shimmer. A delicate dance of light and shadow. She slowly dissolves into a shower of golden light. Her magic lingering in the morning air. Sunlight streams into Amina and Yusuf's hut, illuminating a scattering of humble, vibrant gifts. Amina and Yusuf share a meal from a wooden bowl, their faces radiant with quiet joy. The air hums with contentment, a symphony of Eid celebration as they eat in dignified peace. Their postures radiate profound dignity and belonging, despite their few possessions in their simple home. Years later, the village square basks in the warm sun, alive with the comforting sense of Ramadan. Amina, now a respected young woman, sits gracefully on a woven mat, her presence radiating wisdom. A circle of eager village children gathers around her, their eyes wide with anticipation. Her voice, gentle and wise, weaves stories captivating her young audience. A thoughtful gaze settles upon her face as she shares a profound truth.
The greatest miracle is not magic. It is a heart that gives when it has nothing.
Amina finishes her story. A jasmine-scented breeze rustles through the olive trees, carrying whispers of the past. Yusuf, now a young man, stands nearby, his gaze fixed on the ancient olive tree. A wistful smile plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of memories held sacred. He murmurs softly, his words a tender echo in the quiet air.
She's still watching.
The ancient olive tree stands guard, a timeless witness to generations of stories and unspoken truths, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens, a sign of enduring time. Its vibrant silver-green leaves rustle gently, creating a soft, whispering sound in the fragrant breeze. A subtle, almost imperceptible shimmer of light dances among its branches, hinting at a kind presence. The tree silently watches over the village, a legacy of kindness born from a humble pot.
Inclusion and access are really important to me. I want to make sure that people that come up after me feel like they have a role to play in the world and feel like they can be their unique and authentic selves. I work in fashion, and I want to make sure that minorities, women, people of color, anyone feels like they have a space to belong and feel like they can be included. Being a part of the change is better than just being on the sideline and witnessing it and watching it go by.
You want to know what I do when I'm not shooting? I play dress up. Classic or statement? Red carpet or something filmy? On screen or off, a little drama never hurts. And honestly, nothing completes my look like Kalyan.
My dearest viewers, today's story is unique of its own type. In a silent palace, a lonely princess discovered a strange secret. her shadow whispered to her at night. At first, it told harmless truths, but soon it began revealing dark secrets about the kingdom. And one night, that shadow told her a terrifying secret: someone in the kingdom was about to betray the king. The story unfolds like this. Long ago, in the Golden Kingdom of Lumeria, there lived a princess named Elowen. Candlelight dances, casting flickering shadows across the opulent bedchamber, revealing intricate tapestries and grand furniture. Though she had silk gowns, diamond crowns, and a palace carved from white marble, she had no friends. She is young and beautiful, sits alone by a tall, arched window, her silk gown shimmering softly. Her face, illuminated by the dim light, betrays an expression of profound and heartbreaking solitude. Outside, the moon casts ethereal silver patterns on the floor, mirroring the quiet beauty of her sorrow. She stands against the towering window, bathed in the moon's silvery glow. Her eyes, filled with a quiet melancholy, scan the spread out, sleeping kingdom of Lumeria below. The vast bedchamber's silence is broken only by her soft, weary sigh, heavy with solitude. She turns slowly, her gaze drifting back into the ornate chamber, leaving the moonlit world behind. In Elowen's bedchamber, a soft, dry whisper, like wind dragging across stone, emanates from the deep shadows. She freezes, her breath catching in her throat, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. Her gaze darts desperately around the empty room, searching for the source of the chilling sound. A profound silence descends, amplifying the frantic beat of her heart against her ribs. The air crackles with unseen energy, raising goosebumps on Elowen's skin as she stands utterly still. Her eyes, wide and searching, betray a growing terror as the whisper seems to surround her from all sides. Candlelight dances wildly across Elowen's bedchamber, painting the walls with restless, flickering shadows. Elowen's gaze locks onto a particular shadow, her own, a stark and unnatural inky black against the wall. A chill grips her as the shadow, impossibly, begins to move, detaching itself from her every motion. The shadow's head, distinct and independent, slowly tilts, a silent, menacing gesture. Elowen's eyes widen, her breath catching as the impossible reality of the living shadow dawns on her. The room is plunged into an eerie silence, broken only by the frantic beat of Elowen's heart. Elowen sits on her bed, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and surprise, reflecting the faint moonlight. A single tear traces a path down her cheek, a shimmering sign of her hidden sorrow. The air thickens with an unseen presence as a chilling voice whispers, "You are lonely." Elowen's gaze is fixed, her body rigid, as she slowly nods, acknowledging the profound truth. The moonlight catches the tear, amplifying her weakness in the shadowed bedchamber. With a barely audible whisper, Elowen confirms her deepest fear.
Yes.
Elowen sits cross-legged on her bed, a book open but unread in her lap, lost in thought. A long, dark shadow stretches across the wall, a familiar, shifting presence in the quiet room. The shadow ripples, its form subtly changing, hinting at an unseen communication. Elowen raises an eyebrow, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. The shadow's voice, a soft whisper, fills the chamber. "Your tutor will cancel tomorrow." A mischievous glint appears in Elowen's eyes, a private amusement shared only with the shadow. Morning light spills into the palace kitchen, illuminating a bustling scene of culinary chaos. Chief cook, flour-dusted and straining, wrestles a tray of burnt bread from a massive, roaring oven. A thick plume of smoke billows out, momentarily swallowing the chief cook's flustered face. Elowen glides through the commotion, her gaze falling upon a young kitchen hand amidst the smoky haze. A silent, knowing glance passes between Elowin and the kitchen hand, a flicker of understanding in their eyes. Their shared look confirms a hidden truth, a prediction unfolding in the heart of the palace kitchen. In the vibrant palace garden, Elowin kneels, her shadow outline a picture of grace. Her gaze is fixed on a single white rose, blooming prematurely, a beautiful contrast to the green leaves. The rose's petals, pristine and delicate, seem to glow with an otherworldly light, drawing her in. She reaches out, her fingers gently caressing the soft petals, a silent sympathy with the flower's unexpected bloom. A wise understanding crosses her face, a quiet acknowledgement of her shadow's accurate foresight. Foresight. Elowin sits on the edge of her bed in the dim light. She gazes at her own shadow on the wall. A dark, shifting shadow outline, mirroring her inner turmoil. Her voice, a fragile whisper, breaks the silence.
I wish someone would tell me the truth.
As her words hang in the air, the shadow on the wall visibly darkens, stretching and contorting ominously. The menacing form seems to respond to her plea, a silent, dark entity in the quiet room. In Elowin's bedchamber, a formless shadow hovers ominously, casting an unsettling pall over the room. A palpable chill permeates the air, causing the fine hairs on Elowin's arms to stand on end. She shivers involuntarily as the shadow's chilling words echo in her mind.
They lie to protect themselves.
The shadow's voice continues, leaving Elowyn trembling.
They sell to protect their secrets.
A sinister shadow on the wall trembles, its edges flickering dark smoke. Elowyn's eyes widen with a primal alarm, reflecting the dancing, chilling Elowyn to her core. A cold whisper snakes through the air.
Soon the crown will bleed.
Elowyn gasps, her breath catching as the shadow's words promise a horrifying, bloody future. Elowyn stands frozen, her body rigid, eyes wide with a terror that grips her soul. The shadow shivers, a ripple of dark energy distorting the air, a malevolent presence. Her voice trembles, a desperate plea for understanding.
What does that mean?
The shadow's chilling words echo.
The one who bows lowest hides the sharpest blade.
The ominous words hang heavy, a chilling echo in the silent chamber, sealing her fate. The grand hall hums with hushed whispers. Courtiers' vibrant attire a stark counterpoint to the somber, regal stone. King Theodore, Elowyn's father, sits upon his ornate throne, his gaze lost in a distant, heavy thought. Lord Cedric, known for his deep bows and honeyed words, glides forward, his deference an exaggerated performance. He approaches the throne with an air of practiced humility, a subtle tension in his movements. A knot tightens in her stomach, watching his every move, sensing the hidden agenda behind his polished facade. In her luxurious bedchamber, Elowyn walks restlessly, her agitation casting a long, distorted shadow on the wall.
Handpicked by Taliban, and only Class A quality. This is exactly what I picked myself.
On the wall, moonlight streams through a tall window, illuminating the eerie dance of her elongated shadow. Elowyn abruptly stops, her voice a hushed plea to the looming silhouette.
Is it Lord Cedric?
The shadow's chilling reply echoes the chamber.
3 nights from now, watch the king's goblet.
Hundreds of candles glitter like scattered stars, casting a warm, flickering glow across the opulent palace grand feast hall. A lively, intricate tune from unseen musicians fills the air, mingling with the pleasant murmur of laughing nobles and courtiers. Lavishly adorned figures, clinked goblets, crimson wine splashing freely, a vibrant tableau of revelry and excess. Elowyn sits beside King Theodore, her gaze fixed, her breathing shallow, a stark contrast to the surrounding merriment. Her eyes, betraying a deeper, unspoken emotion, hint at a hidden turmoil beneath her composed exterior. Lord Cedric, wearing rich fabrics, glides across the polished floor of the grand feast hall with effortless grace. A disarmingly warm smile graces his lips as he approaches King Theodore, a picture of courtly charm. He executes a deep, almost theatrical bow, his head nearly touching the floor in a show of heartiest respect. Elowyn's gaze, sharp and unblinking, tracks his every subtle movement. She was a silent observer in the luxurious hall. In the palace feast hall, Lord Cedric, with noble grace, pours crimson wine into the king's goblet. For a fleeting heartbeat, the scene is one of serene normalcy, yet a sinister undercurrent begins to emerge. A minuscule amount of fine powder, almost unnoticeable, falls from a hidden compartment within his signet ring. It dissolves instantly into the wine, leaving no trace, as the true nature of the act is revealed. The ominous warning echoes in Elowyn's mind.
The crown will bleed.
Her eyes widen with sudden terror, a desperate realization dawning on her face among the grand feast. With a piercing cry, Elowyn lunges forward, her movement a blur of frantic urgency.
Father, no!
A swift, desperate motion, and the goblet clatters to the floor, its contents spilling like a dark feelings. A crimson splash erupts across the shiny white marble floor, the wine spreading like a dark, threatening stain. A gasp echoes through the grand hall, swiftly followed by a stunned, terrifying silence that grips every soul present. The joyous music abruptly ceases, instruments falling silent, leaving an unnerving void where melodies once danced. All eyes, wide with shock and accusation, pivot in unison towards Elowen, the silent focal point of the disaster. The spilled wine, a stark red accusation, lies between Elowen and the stunned gazes of the entire court. Royal guards, swift and terrifying, seize Lord Cedric, his brief struggle quickly subdued among the feast hall's chaos. Under the guards' intense glares, and the poisoned goblet's undeniable evidence, Cedric's resolve crumbles, his face pale, his voice barely a whisper. Cedric confesses his treason, plotting with a rival kingdom to take over the throne. King Theodore, pale but alive, watches, then embraces Elowen, holding her tightly, a silent promise in his grasp. In her bedchamber, Elowen faces the wall, her hands trembling from the night's horrifying events. A single candle flickers, casting her erratic shadow across the silent room. Her voice is a soft, haunted whisper.
You saved him!
A profound realization dawns in her eyes as she murmurs.
You were right.
In Elowen's bedchamber, a formless shadow pulses, its edges rippling in the dim, flickering light. The candles on the table flicker violently, their flames dancing erratically, threatening to extinguish completely. The shadow grows, its dark tendrils reaching out, as if feeding on the room's fading light. A chilling voice echoes, as the shadow pulses with dark satisfaction.
Yes, I have done what I must.
Elowen's eyes widen, her breath catching in her throat, a wave of dread washing over her. With a trembling voice, Elowen asks, her words barely a whisper in the suffocating silence.
What do you mean?
The inky shadow, a flat stain, begins to peel away from Elowen's feet with an unnatural, chilling grace. A deep, shifting void solidifies into a distinct shadow, its form momentarily chilling the air in Elowen's bedchamber. Elowen shivers, a heartfelt cold oozing into her bones as awe and dawning understanding wash over her. The shadow's voice echoes.
I am not merely your shadow. I am the part of you that sees what others refuse to see.
Its edges blur, dissolving back into the ambient darkness, leaving Elowen in silent thoughts. Years later, Queen Elowen, regal and wise, sits on the throne, her posture a sign of years of firm leadership, her piercing gaze fixed on her advisors. Elowen listens with an intuition sharpened by countless trials. She trusts not only what she hears and sees, but what her very soul senses. A subtle shift in light hints at the enduring presence of her silent companion, her inner voice guiding her rule. My dearest viewers, today I am telling you a story of a brave young girl. A prophecy once warned that a terrible creature would destroy an entire kingdom. So the people made a shocking decision. They chose to sleep for 100 years. But while the kingdom slept peacefully, one girl remained awake, waiting for the darkness to arrive. The story begins like this. A breathtaking panorama of Valorith unfolds. Silver mountains piercing the sky like majestic guards. Dense, emerald forests spread out across the landscape, an endless carpet of vibrant green. Rivers wind through the land, glistening like polished glass under the golden sun. Vast fields of golden wheat sway gently, a harmonious dance in the soft breeze. The entire land is bathed in a warm, golden sunlight, painting an idyllic and peaceful scene. Every detail of Valorith whispers of tranquility, a perfect harmony of nature's grandeur. The magnificent white marble palace of Valorith gleams under the sun, a light of peace. King Aldrin, royal and kind, walks through the grand gardens, radiating benevolent power. Queen Leora, graceful and benevolent, moves with an aura of serene majesty beside him. Subjects gather, their faces alight with happiness and contentment at the sight of their rulers. Their interaction with the joyous populace paints a vivid picture of a kingdom blessed with peace. Snowflakes drift softly past the grand windows of the palace, a serene contrast to the vibrant festival of lanterns within. Laughter and music intertwine, a joyous noise echoing through the luxurious throne room. Suddenly, a profound hush descends, silencing the festive revelry with an unsettling swiftness. A cloaked figure, Seraphine, emerges, her presence chilling and stark against the warm glow of the lanterns. Her dark cloak, impossibly dry, betrays no hint of the wintry night, deepening the mystery of her arrival. All eyes fix on Seraphine, her unexpected entrance casting a long, cold shadow over the once joyful celebration. Seraphine stands poised, her presence commanding. As the guards close in, their faces grim. Her voice, a mystical force, silences the room, drawing every eye to her with an undeniable power. The king and his court are transfixed, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Seraphine declares,
I bring a message for the king, a message from the future.
As she lowers her hood, her eyes glow with an ethereal silver light, captivating the royal court. King Aldrin's regal composure shifts to intrigue, a subtle wariness flickering in his gaze. His voice, resonant with authority, breaks the silence.
What news do you bring that makes the stars tremble tonight?
Seraphine dramatically lifts a small crystal sphere, capturing the court's attention. Within the sphere, dark shadows twist and writhe like smoke, hinting at an ominous power. A ripple of stunned whispers goes through the court as Seraphine declares,
In 100 years, a darkness will awaken, a eater of kingdoms. When it rises, Valorith will fall.
She warns, her voice echoing with chilling prophecy. Queen Leora steps forward, her face etched with profound concern, the weight of Seraphine's words hanging heavy in the air. A profound silence descends upon the court, every gaze fixed on the queen, awaiting her next words. Queen Leora's voice, barely a whisper, breaks the stillness.
Can this fate be stopped?
Seraphine responds with a chilling prophecy.
Only if the kingdom is not here when it wakes.
Weeks later, the vast palace library hums with a desperate, hushed energy, a contrast to its usual quiet. King Aldrin and Queen Leora, their faces etched with exhaustion, pore over ancient texts. Scholars and magicians are hunched over tables, their brows furrowed in intense concentration. Glowing magical scrolls illuminate their weary faces, casting an eerie light on their desperate search. Warriors stand guard, their expressions grim, reflecting the palpable sense of urgency and fading hope. The air is thick with the scent of old parchment and unspoken fear as they race against an unseen clock. In the palace library, Master Elric, with a long white beard, pores over a heavy, leather-bound tome, dust motes dancing in the light. His gnarled fingers trace ancient runes, finding a forbidden scroll tucked deep within the book's pages. His usually calm eyes widen slightly as he reads the delicate parchment, a ripple of unease crossing his ancient face.
The spell of silver sleep.
He murmurs, his gaze distant, as if seeing beyond the library walls. Within the grand palace library, ancient tomes line the shelves as the royal council shifts uneasily, their hushed whispers filling the air. King Aldrin, his brow furrowed with palpable worry, listens intently as Elric, a scholar, gestures with a parchment. Elric's voice echoes with a chilling truth.
It can place an entire kingdom into magical slumber, untouched by time.
A stunned King Aldrin asks,
How long would we sleep?
Elric's grave response hangs heavy.
100 years.
In the vast, silent palace library, Elric's voice echoes, a grave pronouncement hanging in the air. King Aldrin's face is a canvas of conflict, his gaze fixed on an unseen point beyond the towering shelves. His eyes close slowly, the immense weight of a kingdom's fate pressing down upon his weary soul. Elric's words,
If we sleep, the creature will awaken to an empty world and fade back into darkness.
a chilling proposition.
When we awaken, the danger will be gone.
King Aldrin, with a heavy sigh, murmurs.
Then the kingdom must decide.
The great square of Valarith pulses with life, a vibrant tapestry of farmers, merchants, and children amid stern soldiers. From a raised platform, King Aldrin's gaze sweeps over the vast crowd, his presence commanding and somber. His voice, gentle yet firm, echoes across the square.
People of Valarith, I stand before you today not as your king, but as a man burdened by a prophecy and a choice, an impossible choice.
The great square of Valarith, usually a hive of activity, now lies hushed, thick with an unspoken tension. An old baker, his hands gnarled and dusted with flour, slowly raises a trembling hand into the heavy silence. His voice, surprisingly strong and clear for his age, cuts through the stillness, commanding attention. He declares with unwavering conviction,
If it protects our children's children, I choose sleep.
A ripple of agreement, a collective understanding, washes over the assembled crowd. A sigh of resignation, heavy with shared sacrifice, spreads through the square, sealing their fate. In the great square of Valarith, a young mother steps forward, her daughter clutched tightly to her chest, her gaze unwavering. Her voice rings out, clear and resonant, declaring,
I want my daughter to grow up in peace. I choose sleep.
From unseen depths, a powerful chorus echoes her choice.
I choose sleep.
The chorus swells, a unified chant of defiance and hope.
I choose sleep. I choose sleep.
Sunlight streams into Mira's cozy cottage, illuminating stacks of books and maps, a sign of her tireless work. Mira, her eyes alight with determination, pores over ancient texts, her mind racing with the kingdom's fate. A sudden chill grips her as she overhears the devastating news of the kingdom's decision to surrender to sleep. Her heart pounds, a defiant whisper escapes her lips.
That's running away.
Her brow furrows, confusion clouding her features as she struggled with a difficult truth. She thought, everyone will sleep and will wake up safe. Mira shakes her head slowly, a fierce determination gleaming in her firm gaze. Her voice firm, she counters.
What if the prophecy can be stopped instead?
A challenge in her eyes. Thousands of flickering candles illuminate the royal palace gardens, casting a warm, delicate glow. A vast sea of faces, the entire kingdom gathered, is bathed in the soft, dancing light, eyes fixed forward. At the heart of the gathering, Master Elric stands, his staff raised high, its tip faintly pulsing with an inner light. A hushed, electric anticipation hangs heavy in the air, thick and palpable, as all await his command. With a solemn gaze, Master Elric declares,
When the moon reaches its highest point,
with electric anticipation, a hushed reverence before a grand spell begins. Suddenly, Mira, a small figure of fierce determination, bursts through the solemn crowd, her voice echoing. Wait, Heads turn in a ripple of astonishment, eyes wide with surprise at the unexpected interruption. King Aldrin, regal and poised, looks down at Mira, his gaze surprisingly gentle, betraying no anger. The king's voice, calm and measured, breaks the silence.
What troubles you, child?
All eyes are fixed on Mira, the gardens holding their breath, awaiting her next words. Mira stands in the palace gardens, taking a deep breath, her gaze firm as Master Elrond Elric stands serenely beside her, her voice filled with concern. Mira asks,
If everyone sleeps, who will watch the kingdom?
Master Elric's calm response echoes.
No one must. The magic will protect the land.
Mira's brow furrows with a desperate question.
But what if the prophecy is wrong? Or what if there's a way to stop it forever?
A heavy silence descends upon the palace gardens as King Aldrin searches Mira's face for doubt, finding only firm determination. Queen Leora steps forward, her face etched with profound worry, as King Aldrin asks,
You would stay awake? Alone?
Mira's voice rings with conviction.
Yes.
Leora adds,
That would mean living your whole life while we sleep.
Mira, resoluti, declaris.
If someone faces the darkness now, maybe no one will ever need to fear it again.
King Aldrin's gaze hardens with acceptance.
Then Valorith will have one guardian.
A shimmering silver mist unfurls through the ornate palace gardens, drifting like an ethereal fog, enveloping all in its gentle embrace. One by one, parents, children, knights, and merchants peacefully succumb to the silver haze, their expressions serene as they lie down. King Aldrin and Queen Leora, too, slowly close their eyes, the entire kingdom slipping into a profound, silent slumber. Amidst thousands of sleeping forms, Mira stands alone, a solitary figure in the moonlit gardens, the only one untouched. Years later, Mira walks through Valorith's silent streets, the grand palace clocks frozen in time. Seasons change, painting the land with vibrant colors and then burying it in snow, yet the sleepers remain untouched. Mira, a lone guardian, tends to them with quiet devotion, her presence a light of hope in the stillness. Deep beneath the earth, an almost imperceptible tremor hints at a growing, unseen threat, shattering the quiet. A violent storm rages, lightning illuminating the chaotic sky as the ground trembles with a growling vibration. From a massive crack, the colossal shadow of the Eater of Ages rises, its monstrous head breaking the tree line. Its eyes glow with ancient malevolence, surveying the desolate landscape before its gaze falls upon Mira.
Where is the kingdom I was promised? You, only a child, remains.
Mira stands firm on ancient castle steps, her small figure illuminated by a soft lantern glow, as a towering creature of shadow laughs gutturally. The creature's malice-filled laugh echoes through the mountains, causing the very ground to tremble. But Mira remains unfazed. Mira, defiant, declares to the monstrous creature,
Not just a child, the guardian of Valorith.
Undeterred by the creature's taunt, Mira opens an ancient, leather-bound book, its brittle pages glowing with ethereal light. Mira reveals the creature's weakness.
When a kingdom chooses peace instead of war, your power fades.
The creature falters, its massive shadow dissipating, and with a final roar of impotent rage, it vanishes completely. The ancient spell on Valorith shatters, and across the kingdom, people slowly awaken, disoriented but unharmed. King Aldrin rises from his throne, his eyes scanning the palace gardens, where a statue of a young woman holding a lantern stands. He reads the inscription carved into the statue's base, a profound realization dawning upon him.
Mira, the guardian who stayed awake.
And from that day on, every child in Valorith grew up hearing the same story. Sometimes the greatest heroes are the ones who refuse to sleep. My dearest viewers, today let me tell you a very interesting tale. High in the silent mountains, where ancient stones hide secrets older than any village, people whisper about the hidden people, tiny magical beings who live among humans but remain invisible to most. For centuries, no one had truly seen them, until one curious girl wandered into the mist and discovered a secret world that could vanish forever if she didn't protect it. But what happens when the only human who can see the hidden people must save them from her own kind? Story unfolds like this. Dawn breaks over the misty mountains, painting the sky with ethereal hues as ancient trees stand as shadows against the pale light. A thick blanket of mist clings to the peaks and valleys, swirling with an otherworldly grace. The air is still, yet a faint, almost unnoticeable melody drifts on the wind, a tiny, distant music. This delicate sound weaves through the silence, hinting at hidden wonders and unseen presences within the fog. The landscape itself seems to breathe, alive with a mysterious, ancient energy that tingles in the misty air. An overwhelming sense of enchantment spread through the scene, a silent promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. In a cozy village house, the hearth fire casts flickering shadows, making the room dance with life. Ellen, a young girl with bright, curious eyes, sits by the fire, her attention captivated. She leans in, listening intently to her grandmother, whose face tells stories of wisdom and time. The grandmother's face, a map of wrinkles, is illuminated by the dancing flames, each line sign of her past. Ellen's eyes reflect the fire's glow, lost in the tales her grandmother weaves in the warm, secure night. Long shadows stretch across the village square, where villagers move with a practiced, hushed rhythm under the sun. Low, murmuring whispers ripple through the air, carrying tales of the elusive, hidden people. A weathered farmer, his face etched with patience, casts a glance toward his cottage door. His gaze settles on a small, empty milk bowl, a silent offering, a sign of unseen presences. The subtle gesture speaks volumes, a quiet acknowledgement of the mystical inhabitants of their world. A young child, no older than 7, frantically searches the forest edge, eyes darting between tangled roots and fallen leaves. The next morning, the sun's first rays filter through the canopy, painting the forest in hues of gold. The same child approaches a moss-covered rock, a look of pure astonishment dawning on their face. On the rock, with deliberate care, sits their lost toy, now sparkling with a fresh coat of morning dew. The child's wonder is noticeable, a silent testament to the unfolding mystery as they gaze at the reclaimed treasure. In the flickering oil lamp light, the elders' faces are etched with deep concern as they address the hushed villagers. Elder One's voice resonates.
We must never forget the mountains, nor the ancient stones that guards upon them.
Azolum Elder Vans.
Misfortune, swift and merciless, befalls those who disrespect their sanctuary.
Another elder gaze sweeps over the villagers.
Heed our words, villagers. Respect the boundaries, honor the spirits.
The elder's wisdom hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder to ensure their peace with the hidden people endures. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, dappling ancient, moss-covered rocks on a mountain path. Towering trees line the path, their huge size hinting at untold stories of the wilderness. Elin, a small figure with a worn satchel, walks deeper into the forbidden heart of the mountains. Her eyes, wide with profound wonder, take in the breathtaking beauty without any fear. She remains unafraid of the legends whispered about these remote peaks, captivated by their majesty. Next day, Elin sits across from her grandmother, her brow furrowed in thought, a silent question hanging in the air. Her grandmother offers a gentle smile, her eyes twinkling with an unspoken knowing, a hint of magic in their depths. Ellen leans forward, her voice hushed.
Grandmother, tell me about the hidden people. Are they real?
Grandmother's gaze softens as she replies.
Some things in this world prefer not to be seen, my dear. That does not mean they are not there.
The late afternoon sun casts long, eerie shadows across a winding mountain path, hinting at hidden secrets. Elin's boots crunch on loose gravel, each step echoing in the profound silence of the vast wilderness. Suddenly, a peculiar circle of ancient stones emerges from the undergrowth, almost swallowed by moss and tangled roots. The air around the enigmatic stones is unnervingly still, charged with a palpable, thrumming energy that vibrates deep within the earth. Elin approaches the mysterious circle with a cautious, almost careful step, her curiosity a powerful force in the hushed landscape. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of awe and trepidation, scan the ancient formations, drawn into their silent, powerful presence. Elin approaches the ancient stone circle, her boots crunching on the loose gravel. A distinct sound reaches her ears. Tiny, rhythmic footsteps in the undergrowth. Soft, almost inaudible whispering follows, like dry leaves rustling in a breeze. Elin freezes, her breath catching in her throat as an unknown presence stirs the air. Her heart begins to pound a frantic rhythm against her ribs, a drum of rising fear. The air crackles with unseen tension, and Elin stands rigid, facing the encroaching mystery. Under the vast open sky, ancient, weather-worn stones of the circle stand in silent vigil, their shadows long and deep. Elin, her breath held captive, scans the area with desperate intensity, her eyes darting between the towering monoliths. She sees nothing, yet the air crackles with an unseen presence, a whisper in the silence.
Did you hear that?
A chilling response echoes from the shadows, a voice both ancient and ethereal.
Yes, a human.
Elin's voice, a fragile thread in the looming silence, cuts through the tension. "Hello? I won't hurt you." Her words hang in the air, a desperate plea to the unseen, as the shadows seem to deepen around her. An ancient stone circle stands in silent majesty, the air heavy with an unspoken anticipation. Suddenly, the air around the weathered stones begins to shimmer, like heat rising from an unseen fire. Elin watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and trepidation as the shimmering intensifies. Within the ancient stone circle, the very air begins to shimmer, hinting at a mystical transformation. Ethereal shapes slowly materialize, taking form from the shimmering air, no bigger than a human hand. Delicate wings unfurl on their tiny backs, catching the light with an otherworldly glow. Their pale skin glows softly, illuminating the sacred space with a gentle, otherworldly light. Tiny eyes sparkle like distant stars, reflecting untold ancient wonders and secrets. Elin stands before the ancient stone circle, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and profound awe. Before her, tiny, ethereal beings materialize, their forms now fully visible, shimmering in the air. Their gazes are fixed on Elin, an ancient, watchful silence hanging heavy in the mystical space. A gasp escapes Elin's lips, a whisper of recognition breaking the spell.
The hidden people.
The air crackles with unspoken magic as Elin confronts the impossible, her world forever changed. An ethereal elf, adorned with a crown of woven leaves, steps from the ancient stone shadows, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Elin watches, her gaze fixed on the elf, a mix of awe and trepidation etched on her face. The elf's voice, like rustling leaves, breaks the silence.
"You can see us. Humans usually cannot."
Elin, captivated, replies,
"I didn't mean to disturb you. I've always believed you were real."
A profound connection forms between the human and the Fae, bridging ancient worlds. The elf studies Elin's face, his ancient eyes searching for understanding as wind whispers through the stone circle. His voice, an ancient echo, reveals a deep sorrow.
"Few humans still believe in magic."
A profound sadness touches his features as he laments.
"Most have forgotten us."
He speaks of a forgotten legacy.
"We were once the protectors of the forests, the healers of animals."
Within the ancient stone circle, the elf speaks of human destruction, his voice echoing with a timeless sorrow. His gaze sweeps the circle as he recounts how his kin became whispers and shadows to survive the relentless axes. His eyes, deep with ancestral wisdom, reveal the hidden truth of his people's existence. Only those with kind hearts and true curiosity can perceive the hidden people, a pure spirit's gift. The morning sun bathes a rugged landscape as villagers gather, their faces etched with deep concern. A well-dressed, gruff man from the city stands before them. He gestures emphatically toward the towering mountains, his voice booming with authority. His words hang heavy in the air, outlining a plan to blast the majestic mountains for a stone quarry. A tension settles over the villagers as they listen, their expressions a mixture of fear and disbelief. The man's disregard for the sacred land is a display, leaving a chilling silence in its wake. Under the cold moonlight, ethereal hidden people gather at an ancient stone circle, their forms flickering with distress. The elf leader, taller and brighter, gestures with a luminous hand, a heavy sadness in their eyes. The elf leader's voice echoes with despair.
"We cannot stop the humans. They no longer listen to us."
Her heart sinks with dread. Yet she stands firm. There must be a way. At the ancient stone circle, a tiny elf, no bigger than Elin's hand, gazes up with wide, hopeful eyes. The elf's small voice echoes in the mystical air.
Will you help us?
Elin's jaw tightens, her eyes fixed on the small, vulnerable creature before her. A newfound resolve hardens her expression, a silent promise forming in her gaze. The weight of the elf's plea hangs heavy, demanding an answer. Her eyes, once uncertain, now gleam with a fierce, protective determination. Dust motes dance in sunbeams, illuminating the grimy windows of the village hall, a stark setting for Elin's plea. Elin, her voice urgent, passionately addresses the gathered villagers and elders, her hands gesturing with conviction. Her eyes sweep across the faces, meeting skeptical glances and open scoffs from the indifferent crowd. Some villagers exchange knowing looks, while others appear utterly bored by Elin's desperate words. In the front row, Elin's grandmother watches, her aged face thoughtful, her gaze fixed on Elin. Elin's voice rings out.
The mountains are alive. If we destroy them, something precious will be lost.
In the hushed village hall, Elin's grandmother rises, her aged posture radiating an indomitable strength. Her gaze, sharp and firm, sweeps across the faces of the villagers, holding them captive.
Long before us, these mountains were sacred,
she declares, her words echoing with ancient wisdom.
If we destroy them for money, we may lose more than we gain.
She warns, her voice a solemn prophecy. In the village meeting hall, a sea of worried faces slowly exchanges glances, their unease a palpable presence. A collective memory ripples through the room. Empty milk bowls and lost toys mysteriously returned. The soft, ethereal music carried on the wind resurfaces in their minds, a haunting melody of the inexplicable. A profound shift settles over them, a chilling blend of unease and dawning, terrifying realization. In the village meeting hall, villagers stand united, their faces etched with firm determination against the wealthy businessman. The businessman's face twisted in a mask of fury, his eyes blazing with defeated anger. He turns abruptly, his departure a dramatic exit, the echo of his footsteps filling the suddenly silent hall. A sense of triumph and relief washes over the villagers, their victory a sweet symphony. The mountains, once threatened, now stand majestic and safe, a sign of their firm spirit. Under the spectral glow of moonlight, Elin returns to the ancient stone circle, her shadows stretched into long, dancing shadows. The air around her shimmers, and softly glowing, ethereal forms of the hidden people materialize. Tiny, luminous lights begin to dance and weave through the air, enveloping the circle in a magical aura. The elf leader steps forward, a reverent voice echoing,
You saved our home.
In the ancient stone circle, the elf leader tenderly places a tiny, iridescent crystal into Elin's open palm. The crystal shimmers with an ethereal inner light, a hope of magic in the fading world. The elf leader's voice resonates softly.
As long as you keep this, you will always remember that magic exists in the world.
Around them, the hidden people shimmer and fade, their forms dissolving like heat haze into the very air. Elin stands alone, clutching the glowing crystal, a profound sense of wonder washing over her.
Hello?
Hey, did you take the car keys?
Deliveries with instant pickup and drop. Teleport anything in minutes. Book your porter now.
استرجع بكل سهولة مجانا مع تطبيق أمازون. حمله الآن.
Dear viewers, Today, I am going to tell you a fresh story of Elsa, the Winter Queen, with unique twist. What if saving the world meant losing the one thing that makes you you? When winter begins to vanish forever, Elsa discovers she holds the last magical snowflake, the only power that can restore the seasons. But using it will erase her magic forever. Will she choose to save the world or keep the power that defines her? The story begins like this. In the quiet kingdom of Arendelle, winter had begun to fade. The sun, unusually warm, bathes the snow-capped peaks surrounding Arendelle, casting an unsettling glow. Elsa stands on her ice palace balcony, her gaze distant, a slight unease etched on her face. Her breath does not mist in the air, a strange difference in the usually frigid climate. The familiar biting wind is eerily still. Its silence is a contrast to the usual blows. Only Elsa seems to get this intense, deeply unsettling change in the air. Under the bright sun, Arendelle village buzzes with vibrant life and joyous celebration. Villagers' faces glow with delight, their laughter echoing through the air as children splash in melted puddles. Prematurely blooming flowers burst forth in vibrant splashes of color, adorning every corner. The festive mood is undeniable, a symphony of happiness filling the air. Yet, beneath this joyous facade, an unseen disquiet stirs within Elsa, a hidden unease. Within her magnificent ice palace, Elsa walks restlessly, a shadow of unease crossing her royal features. She attempts to conjure a snowflake, but only a faint, fleeting frost appears, vanishing before it can reach the ground. Panic begins to etch lines of worry on her face as the true extent of her weakening powers dawns upon her. The once vibrant ice around her seems to dim, mirroring the growing despair in her eyes. The majestic mountains, once blanketed in snow, now stand stark and bare under an unnaturally warm sun. Jagged rock faces, typically hidden, are now exposed, revealing the raw, unyielding nature of the peaks. Rivers, swollen with the furious melt of ice, surge down the slopes, a torrent of unsettling power. The rushing waters carve new paths. A visual of the world's delicate balance reveals before our eyes. A chilling silence hangs over the mountains, broken only by the roar of the rivers, a sign of a world in disorder. Sunlight streams through the grand arched windows of the Arendelle Castle Library, illuminating dancing dust motes. Elsa sits hunched over a heavy, leather-bound tome, surrounded by towering stacks of ancient scrolls and maps. Her fingers delicately trace faded script, a desperate search for knowledge etched into her intent gaze. The intense silence of the vast library amplifies the unspoken fears etched deeply on Elsa's face. She seeks answers about the fading seasons, her brow furrowed with the weight of a growing dread. A silent battle rages within her as she confronts the diminishing power of her own magic. Elsa, a lone figure, walks deep into a dark forest beyond Arendelle, where shadows dance with eerie luminescence. The surrounding trees glow with an unnatural, vibrant green, defying the darkness of the night. A soft, shimmering light appears in the distance, pulsing like a faint, signaling heartbeat. The mysterious glow draws Elsa deeper into the ancient, silent woods, her curiosity aroused. Each pulse of light illuminates her path, revealing the forest's secrets, yet deepening the mystery. In the forest clearing, the shimmering light, once formless, now hovers directly before Elsa, pulsating with an otherworldly glow. The ethereal light begins to unite, taking on a more defined, translucent form, almost a spectral figure before her, a soft, disembodied whisper, ancient and resonant, emanates from the glowing entity, filling the quiet clearing. The whisper breathes her name, its sound a profound mystery echoing through the night.
Elsa.
Elsa steps with bated breath towards a pulsing, otherworldly light, her every movement etched with cautious wonder. Her breath, a visible cloud in the cold air, escapes her lips as she whispers,
"What's happening to the seasons?"
A somber voice echoes, revealing the world's impending doom.
The world is forgetting balance, and winter is the first to fade.
In a forest clearing, a tiny, intricate crystal begins to form before Elsa, shimmering with ancient blue and silver light. It is a single, perfect snowflake, unlike any she has ever created, radiating an ethereal glow. The snowflake pulses with a magic that hints at forgotten power and untold secrets. Elsa gazes at the shimmering creation, a mix of wonder and awe on her face as it floats gracefully. A voice whispers as its light intensifies, marking a pivotal moment.
This is the last snowflake.
In the forest clearing, Elsa reaches out with trembling fingers, her gaze fixed on the ethereal last snowflake. Her fingertips brush the ancient artifact, a spark of contact, igniting a blinding flash of pure white light. The brilliant light consumes Elsa entirely, her body frozen in a moment of intense transformation. She gasps, a silent scream escaping her lips as an overwhelming vision of past and future floods her mind. Elsa's rigid form is engulfed by the light, her mind racing through the vivid tapestry of time itself. A dizzying flurry of images flashes before Elsa's eyes, a disorienting cascade of visions. The world bursts into perfect seasonal harmony, vibrant and balanced. Then a fine warmth begins to seep in. The fresh ice slowly retreats, yielding to harmful, spreading heat that threatens the delicate balance. Seasons collapse. At the heart of the breaking balance, her image shatters, a chilling echo of the world's impending doom. The bright vision of the past slowly retreats, leaving Elsa visibly shaken in the forest clearing. The surrounding trees sway gently, their rustling leaves like whispers of ancient secrets. Elsa's eyes are wide, with a mixture of fear and wonder, her breath catching in her throat. A profound voice echoes through the clearing.
You were born with magic to protect balance, but magic cannot exist without sacrifice.
Elsa shivers, the weight of the revelation settling heavily upon her as the forest seems to watch. In a forest clearing, Elsa's breath mists in the cold air, a visible sign of her fragile state. Her voice is a mere whisper, barely audible against the stillness of the woods, as she asks,
"What kind of sacrifice?"
A somber, unseen voice responds, its words hanging heavy in the air. It reveals the profound truth.
If you use the last snowflake, you will restore winter, and the seasons will return.
Elsa's eyes widen, grappling with the immense weight of the choice presented before her. In a forest clearing, Elsa takes a deep, shaky breath, bracing herself against an unseen force. Her eyes dart, seeking the source of the invisible voice that speaks only to her. Elsa's voice, laced with a desperate tremor, asks,
"And the cost?"
An unseen presence replies with chilling finality,
You will lose your powers forever.
Jewelry from Kalyan Jewelers.
Was forever.
A profound sorrow washes over Elsa's face, the weight of the sacrifice crushing her spirit. In a forest clearing, the crisp air hangs heavy, as if holding its breath around Elsa. Elsa stands utterly frozen amidst the towering trees, a statue of profound apprehension. Her powers, once a terrifying burden, now define her very being, her strength, her identity. The mere thought of their loss sends a chilling terror through her. Her eyes betray a profound vulnerability, a deep-seated fear of being exposed without her strength. In a rapid flicker, Anna's infectious laughter echoes, a bright memory of boundless joy. Olaf's innocent, joyful smile shines brightly, a pure sign of happiness. The grateful faces of Arendel's people flash, one after another, safe and content. These touching images underscore Elsa's intense love and heavy responsibility for her kingdom. Her personal desires, once all-consuming, now seem to fade into insignificance. A new understanding washes over her, transforming her expression. Her voice, filled with conviction, breaks the silence.
"This was never about me."
The truth of her words hangs in the air, a sign of her newfound resolve. Elsa stands resolute on the highest mountain peak, dawn's first light painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. The air, thin and crisp, carries the ghost of winter's embrace, hinting at the power she wields. In her outstretched palm, the last snowflake hovers, a sign of intense, otherworldly light. Its ethereal glow pulsates with an inner life, ready to unleash its destined purpose. Elsa's gaze is fixed on the shimmering snowflake, her expression a mix of awe and solemn determination. The vast, silent mountainscape stretches behind her, a grand stage for the magic about to unfold. The relentless wind whips around Elsa on the highest mountain peak, tugging at her hair and clothes with fierce determination. Her hands tremble almost imperceptibly, betraying a flicker of nerves that she tries to conceal. Despite the internal struggle, Elsa's gaze remains steady, fixed on something unseen in the vast areas before her. A voice cuts through the howling wind, asking,
Are you ready?
Elsa responds with firm determination, a single word echoing in the desolate air.
Yes.
Elsa, her breath misting in the frigid air, carefully lifts the last snowflake toward the immense, darkening sky. For a single breathless moment, the world holds still, silent and expectant, as if anticipating a miracle. Then, a deafening crack rips through the silence, shattering the tranquil air with its raw power. A blinding light erupts from the snowflake, exploding outwards to engulf the entire heavens in a brilliant, overwhelming flash. The sky above the highest mountain peak darkens ominously, a swirling vortex of tumultuous clouds. Winds roar back to life, a fierce, icy tempest whipping around Elsa, threatening to consume her. The air crackles with an unseen energy, the cold intensifying with each gust. Slowly at first, then faster and thicker, delicate flakes of snow begin their descent from the darkened sky. The mountain peak transforms into a maelstrom of wind and snow, a dramatic, chilling spectacle. Elsa stands resolute amidst the blizzard, a figure of strength against the raw power of nature. She collapses to her knees on the highest mountain peak, her once vibrant magic now a hollow void within her. She extends a hand, trying to summon a snowflake, but it remains painfully empty, her power vanished. Tears stream down her face, not of regret, but of wise release, a silent sign of her sacrifice. The weight of her decision settles upon her, a heavy yet freeing burden on the desolate peak. Elsa returns to Arendelle, greeted by a breathtaking panorama of snow-covered rooftops shimmering under a blue sky. A thick, fresh blanket of snow adorns every surface, sparkling with a delicate glow. Children in vibrant winter attire joyfully sculpt snowmen, their laughter echoing through the crisp, cold air. Their innocent merriment fills the air, a symphony of pure delight that echoes through the revitalized kingdom. The kingdom pulsates with renewed life, a perfect harmony of balance and completeness. Anna rushes across the sunlit courtyard, her arms open wide, a sign of joy. She embraces Elsa in a tight, heartfelt hug, an explosion of warmth. Elsa, initially surprised, returns the embrace, a soft smile gracing her lips.
You did it! Winter is back!
Anna pulls back slightly, her eyes sparkling, then notices a subtle change in Elsa's eyes. Elsa replied,
They're gone.
Anna's voice rings with strong belief.
You don't need magic to be amazing, Elsa.
On Arendelle's castle balcony, Elsa watches snow fall softly, a lone figure against the night. A single snowflake lands on her outstretched hand, shimmering with a soft, warm glow, not of cold, but of memory. A profound understanding dawns on her face as she smiles, recognizing her true power. She has become the guardian who saved the seasons, a sign of hope. Her name is now whispered, not in fear, but in gratitude by the world she saved. My dearest viewers, what if the most dangerous enemy a king could face was a dream he refused to see? In a kingdom where sleep itself is forbidden, one terrified ruler has declared war on dreams because of a prophecy that whispers of his downfall. But when a mysterious girl who can walk inside dreams discovers the truth, she realizes something far more terrifying. The king isn't being hunted by a dream. He is running from the one thing that could save him. The story unfolds like this. In a kingdom of golden towers and endless celebrations, there ruled a king named Alric. His people admired him not only for his victories, but for the peace he maintained. Yet, Beneath his calm and noble exterior, the king carried a secret fear. A fear that would soon change the fate of the entire kingdom. One stormy night, a mysterious oracle arrived at the palace gates. Cloaked in silver threads and shadows, she requested to meet with the king. At first he got hesitant, but then he allowed her to meet. In the flickering candlelight, the oracle spoke.
Your downfall will not come from sword or poison, but from a dream you cannot escape.
The words remained etched into his mind, vibrating in the quiet air of the chamber. He shifted his weight, but the iron seat offered no comfort, only a biting chill that seeped into his bones. Every shadow in the hall seemed to stretch toward him, taking the shape of the nightmare. Alric stared into the deepening gloom, his breath shallow and controlled. He was the master of the realm, yet he sat paralyzed. Alric did not wait for the prophecy to strike. He summoned the royal alchemists before the moon had fully risen. They worked in the hidden basement, grinding roots and distilling bile into a colorless, bitter liquid. The order was absolute. Every citizen, from the highest noble to the lowest laborer, would consume the tonic at sunset. It was designed to sever the connection to the REM cycle, to burn away the capacity for dreams before they could form. Guards distributed the vials in every district. Families stood in lines, swallowing the liquid with shaking hands, their eyes wide and glassy. Within days, the transformation of the kingdom was complete. The vibrant chatter of poets in the market squares vanished. Their songs also ceased. The city fell into a rhythmic, hollow silence that felt heavier than death. People walked the streets with stiff, mechanical movements. The king watched from his balcony, satisfied by the stillness. The kingdom was now a clockwork machine, ticking in a permanent, dreamless state. The silence of the city was not peaceful. It was a hunting ground. Guards moved in pairs through the narrow alleys, their heavy boots striking the cobblestones with a rhythmic thud that echoed against the shuttered windows. They were not looking for criminals or thieves. They were looking for the twitch of a finger, the heavy drop of a chin, or the soft, involuntary murmur of a mind slipping into rest. Every doorway was a potential crime scene. In the shadow of a merchant stall, a man slumped against the wall, his exhaustion finally overriding the tonic. His breathing deepened, turning into a low, ragged whistle. A guard stopped, his hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. He signaled his partner. They moved with practiced, predatory speed, pinning the man against the stone before he could wake. The man gasped, eyes snapping open in terror, but his struggles were futile. They clamped a heavy hand over his mouth to stifle any sound. This was the cleansing. They dragged him across the rough ground, his heels scraping against the grit as they hauled him toward the dark mouth of the dungeons. There, the memory of his rest would be purged. In the village of Oakhaven, the air felt still. Leora stood by her window, watching her neighbors move through the square like clockwork toys. They were husks, their eyes fixed on nothing, their movements devoid of purpose or joy. She saw the baker drop a tray of bread. He did not flinch, he did not curse. He simply stared at the scattered loaves until a guard shoved him forward. The vitality of the village had been drained, leaving behind a brittle, hollow shell. Leora pressed her palms against the cool wood of the sill, her knuckles white. She remembered the nights before the decree, when the village hummed with the soft, erratic rhythm of life. Her grandmother's voice returned to her then.
Dreams are doors, child. Do not let them seal the locks.
Leora closed her eyes, shutting out the sight of the guards. She focused on the space between her thoughts, the place where the waking world blurred into something deeper. She felt a pull, a subtle shift. The darkness behind her eyelids began to ripple, revealing a hidden landscape of shimmering, fluid light. She was no longer just a witness. She was a traveler. Leora let the village fade, the physical world dissolving into a haze of gray. She drifted through the thin veil that separated the waking mind from the subconscious. The landscape shifted, hardening into a vast, cold structure of polished stone. She was inside the palace, but it was wrong. The walls were lined with endless, towering mirrors that stretched into a dark basement ceiling. In the center of this maze, a man ran. His breath came in gasps, his boots sliding against the slick floor. He was fleeing a shadow that moved with the same frantic speed, a dark, looming shape that wore a crown identical to his own. Leora watched from the edge. The king lunged behind a pillar, his hands trembling as he pressed his back against the cold surface. He was not being hunted by an oracle or a curse. He was being pursued by the weight of his own choices. The shadow stopped, its form shifting, reflecting the faces of the people he had broken. Leora saw the realization dawn on the king's face, a look of intense, unbearable clarity. Leora reached out, her intent anchoring to the scene. Leora pulled her consciousness back to the waking world, the cold reality of her room hitting her like a physical blow. She packed only the essentials, a canteen, a small knife, and a heavy cloak to shield her from the biting wind. She stepped out of her home and into the gray, silent streets of Oakhaven. The journey to the capital was a 3-day trek. She moved through the skeletal remains of forests and crossed rivers that ran sluggish and dark. Every mile was a test of endurance. She avoided the main roads, where the king's patrols moved with mechanical accuracy, their eyes scanning the horizon. She slept in the hollows of dead trees or beneath rocky overhangs, her rest broken by the constant fear of discovery. Her feet blistered and her throat burned with thirst, but the image of the king trapped in his own mind kept her moving. By the 3rd day, the golden spires of the palace finally pierced the horizon, rising above the gloom like a spiked crown. Leora pressed her body against the rough stone of the outer wall, her breath shallow and controlled. The palace was a fortress of silence, guarded by guards who moved with the rhythmic, predictable pace of clockwork. She watched from the darkness of a collapsed archway. Every 4 minutes, a pair of guards turned the corner, their lanterns casting long, sweeping arcs of light. She counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3. As the light swung away, she moved. She darted across the open ground. She reached the base of the wall, where the wall was weathered and cracked. She climbed, finding narrow gaps. Above, a guard paused, his head turning toward the sound of a shifting pebble. Leora froze, hanging suspended in the dark. He lingered, then turned and continued his patrol. She exhaled, pulled herself over the boundary, and dropped into the inner courtyard. She moved through the shadows of the pillars, a ghost in the king's own house, slipping deeper into the heart of the palace. Leora navigated the quiet corridors of the palace, her movements fluid and silent. The air grew colder as she ascended toward the royal chambers, the silence so profound it pressed against her eardrums. She reached the heavy oak doors, slightly ajar, and peered inside. The room was vast, dominated by a massive bed and a desk littered with half-empty vials. King Alric stood by the window, his back to the door. He was pacing, his steps uneven and heavy. He stopped, gripped the stone sill, and shook his head violently as if trying to remove a persistent thought. His eyes were bloodshot, rimmed with the dark exhaustion of 3 sleepless days. He stumbled away from the window, his hand catching the edge of a table to steady himself. He let out an uneven breath that sounded like a sob. He tried to reach for a tonic on the desk, but his fingers slipped, knocking the glass to the floor. Alric's knees buckled, and his eyes shut down. Leora stepped from the shadows of the heavy curtains. The room was deathly quiet, save for the king's uneven breathing. She knelt beside him, the floor cold against her knees. She reached out, her hand hovering inches above his brow. The air around him felt charged, vibrating with the static of 1,000 suppressed memories. She could feel the pressure of his mind pushing back, a wall of jagged intent designed to keep the world out. Leora closed her eyes, centering her focus, and pushed her own consciousness forward. Her fingertips brushed his skin. The contact sent a jolt of ice through her arm, a sudden sharp pull that threatened to drag her under. She did not recoil. She leaned into the sensation, grounding herself as the reality of the bedroom began to dissolve. The solid stone walls seemed to stretch and warp, turning into translucent, shifting planes. She felt the familiar, sickening lurch of the transition. The floor beneath her vanished, replaced by a sensation of falling through thick, viscous air. She let go of the physical world, surrendering to the pull of the king's fractured mind. Leora landed hard on a surface that rippled like water under her weight. She looked up, but the sky had vanished, replaced by a churning expanse of thick, black ink that dripped downward in slow, heavy globules. Each drop that struck the ground sent a shockwave through the floor, turning the solid stone of the palace dream hall into translucent, liquid glass. She stumbled, her boots sinking into the surface as if walking through cooling wax. The air here was not air at all. It was dense, smelling of ozone and burnt parchment, thick with the suffocating weight of Alric's suppressed terror. Every breath she drew tasted of metallic dread. She reached out to steady herself, but the walls were melting, the grand pillars of the throne room twisting into jagged, obsidian shards that pulsed with a rhythmic, sickly light. The silence of the room was gone, replaced by a low, grinding roar that vibrated in her marrow. The liquid floor hardened instantly, snapping into a polished, reflective surface that stretched into infinity. Leora found herself in a vast hall of mirrors, where every angle revealed a different, distorted version of the king. Alric stood at the center, his frame hunched and trembling as he spun in circles, frantically trying to look away from his own gaze. He clawed at the air, his fingers raking against the glass walls, but every movement only multiplied his image. He was trapped in a cage of his own making, surrounded by the ghosts of his decisions. Suddenly, the mirrors behind him shattered inward, not from impact, but from the sheer weight of a presence emerging from the dark. A towering black figure rose from the shards, its form taunt and dense, mirroring Alric's height, but possessing a terrifying, hollow stillness. The shadow did not speak. It moved with a fluid, predatory grace, closing the distance in a single stride. Alric fell to his knees, his breath hitching in his throat as he looked up. The shadow stopped, its black limbs casting a long, suffocating darkness over the glass. The blade descended, a streak of darkness cutting through the air. Leora did not hesitate. She lunged forward, her boots skidding across the slick glass floor as she threw her weight into a desperate sprint. The wind in the dreamscape intensified, a storm of howling voices that tore at her hair and pushed against her chest with physical force. She slammed her shoulder into the king, knocking him aside just as the black edge struck the spot where he had been kneeling. The impact shattered the floor, sending shards of light flying like bomb pieces. Leora scrambled to her feet, placing herself directly between the towering shadow and the fallen ruler. She planted her feet, her hands outstretched, refusing to yield to the suffocating pressure of the entity. The shadow loomed, its form vibrating with a low, husky hum.
Stop! He is not your executioner. Look at him. He is not the one who kills you. He is your regret.
The shadow did not strike. Instead, the shiny surface of its chest began to ripple like water disturbed by a stone. The spiked edges softened, and the deep, ink-black void began to glow with a sickly, pale light. One by one, faces emerged from the shifting mass. They were not strangers. They were the poets silenced in the squares, the poets whose songs had been cut short and the families torn apart. Alric scrambled backward, his hands pressing against the cold glass floor as he tried to turn away his eyes. The dream would not allow it. The floor tilted, forcing him to slide toward the entity until he was little inches from the shifting images. He saw a young woman and an old man. The faces were filled with the exhaustion and fear of 20 years. Alric reached out, his fingers trembling as they brushed the surface. He felt the ghostly chill of their suffering. The king's breath hitched, turning into a broken sob. He was no longer looking at a monster. He was looking at the wreckage of his own reign, and for the first time, he did not look away. He stared into the eyes of those he had broken. Alric remained on his knees, his gaze locked onto the shifting faces that now seemed to soften, their expressions of pain fading into a strange, quiet neutrality. The shadow began to leave from edges, shedding its dark, heavy mass like smoke caught in a sudden updraft. It did not explode, it unraveled. Thousands of golden motes detached from the entity, swirling into the air of the dreamscape like embers rising from a dying hearth. Alric reached out, his hand passing through the shimmering cloud. The shiny form grew translucent, then hollow, until the dark silhouette was entirely replaced by the golden light. The light didn't burn, it illuminated. As the last of the shadow vanished, the floor of the dreamscape stabilized, turning from liquid glass back into solid, familiar stone. Alric stood alone in the center of the hall. He looked down, expecting to see the void, but saw only his own reflection staring back from the polished floor. The crown on his head looked lighter. The lines of exhaustion around his eyes remained, but the terror that had fueled his reign was gone. He stood upright and took a long, steady breath. Next morning, Alric jolted upright, his lungs pulling in a sharp, uneven breath of morning air. He gasped. He threw the covers aside, his feet hitting the cold stone floor with a decisive thud. He did not wait for his attendants. He strode to the heavy oak door and threw it open, his voice echoing through the corridor.
Guards, to me.
2 guards appeared, their faces masks of practiced indifference. Alric pointed a trembling finger toward the palace gates. He commanded,
The decree, tear it down. Every copy, every scrap of parchment. Burn them in the courtyard. Now.
Alric stood on the balcony, watching the alchemists haul heavy iron vats toward the riverbank. They moved with a newfound haste, their faces pale as they tipped the thick, colorless liquid into the rushing current. The liquid swirled into the water, diluting rapidly until the river ran clear once more. The sharp, metallic tang that had permeated the city air for years began to dissipate, replaced by the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. Down in the square, the guards stood idle, their hands no longer gripping their spears in anticipation of a struggle. A sudden, sharp sound cut through the stillness, a high, clear trill of laughter. It came from a young boy running between the stone pillars. The city was breathing again, the collective weight of the forced slumber lifting as the laughter spread, turning the hollow quiet into a chorus of waking life. The palace gates were no longer a barrier, but a threshold. Leora stood by the stone archway, her pack slung over her shoulder, watching the city reclaim its rhythm. The air was thick with the sounds of a waking world, the clatter of carts, the calls of merchants, the distant hum of conversation. She turned to leave, but the heavy iron doors groaned open once more. Alric stepped out. He moved slowly, his gait lacking the sharp, calculated precision of the previous years. The lines etched into his face were deeper, carved by the weight of the realization he had carried back from the dream. He stopped 3 steps from her, his hands clasped behind his back, his knuckles white. He looked at the horizon, where the sun began its slow descent, then back at her. He took a steadying breath, his gaze searching hers for a truth he had spent 2 decades trying to bury. He said, his voice raspy from disuse,
Leora, tell me, what are dreams truly?
Leora did not look away. She turned her head slowly, following the king's gaze toward the eastern horizon. The sky was shifting from a deep amber to a bruised violet, and high above, the first stars were beginning to blink into existence like pinpricks of cold fire.
Dreams are the truths we are too afraid to face. While awake,
her words hung between them, stripped of any pretense. Alric stiffened, his shoulders dropping, as if a heavy, invisible burden had finally been set down. He looked at his own hands, then back at the horizon where the stars were multiplying. The realization took root in the lines of his face, replacing the lingering tension with a quiet, hollowed-out peace. He did not ask for more. He did not need to. Leora stepped back, her movement fluid and deliberate. She turned toward the path leading away, leaving the king standing alone. Alric watched her go until she was nothing more than a shadow among many. He turned toward the palace entrance. The guards stood at their posts, but he did not acknowledge them. He walked through the grand hall, his boots echoing against the stone floor. He reached his private chambers and pushed the heavy doors open. The room was bathed in the silver light of the rising moon. He sat on the edge of his bed, his hands resting flat on his knees. The city outside hummed with the life of a people finally free to dream. Alric leaned back, his head touching the pillow. He let his eyelids fall. He surrendered to it, and in the quiet of the room, he found his rest. Dearest viewers, how are you doing all? Today, what if I told you there's a magical world where the moon never sets, and the queen who controls it hasn't moved for hundreds of years? A curious fairy breaks the most forbidden rule and flies straight into the sky, only to discover a terrifying secret hidden inside the moon itself. Because the Moon Queen isn't ruling Fairy Wonderland, she's trapped, and something ancient, something dark, is starting to wake up. Now the fate of an entire magical world depends on one fearless fairy, who must choose between freedom or becoming a prisoner of the moon forever. The story unfolds like this. The ever moon hung high above, a silver eye that never blinked, never closed, and never looked away. Its light did not fall. It pressed down, coating the world of Wonderland in a layer of cold, static brilliance. Below the forest floor was a stage of endless motion. Fairies moved in synchronized loops, their feet striking the ground in a rhythm that had not varied for centuries. They danced because the light demanded it, spinning through the same arcs, repeating the same gestures, and tracing the same paths over and over again. There were no shadows here. The light was too absolute, too offensive to allow for the relief of darkness. Every leaf, every petal, and every wing was illuminated with a harsh, clinical clarity that stripped away all mystery. The air remained still, devoid of the natural currents that once carried the scent of change or the promise of a coming storm. The fairies continued their dance, their movements fluid but hollow, trapped in a cycle that offered no beginning and no conclusion. High above the rhythmic pulse of the forest, Naira hovered, her wings beating a rhythm that defied the still air. She did not join the dance. While the others spun in their endless, predictable loops, she remained still, her gaze locked onto the silver eye of the Evermoon, her wings glowing and shimmering, full with a restless energy that felt alien in this place of absolute order. She watched the way the light hit the ground, searching for a single, dark sliver of relief, but found none. Every surface was flat, bleached, and hollow. She tilted her head, tracking the moon's unblinking glare, and felt a cold knot of suspicion tighten in her chest. Where was the depth? Where was the breath of the night? The Moon Queen remained a myth etched in silence, a ruler who demanded perfection but provided no substance. Naira shifted her weight, the air around her vibrating with the friction of her disagreement. She looked at the moon and saw not a guardian, but a cage. The silence of the queen was not peace. It was a refusal to answer. Naira's wings flared, catching the harsh light and scattering it into pointed, prismatic fragments. She looked at the moon one last time, her eyes narrowing as the decision took root in her blood. Naira did not wait for the next cycle of the dance. She banked hard, her wings snapping open to catch the still air, and shot upward like a splinter of glass. Below, the elder fairies sensed the disruption. Their heads turned in unison, their eyes tracking her direction with a cold, mechanical accuracy. She ignored them, driving her wings into a frantic, uneven rhythm that tore through the stillness. She bypassed the inner circle, weaving between the towering branches. Every beat of her wings felt like pushing against hardening wax. The atmosphere was thick, heavy with the weight of centuries of enforced order. She climbed higher, her muscles burning as she fought the density of the sky. The light above began to shift, turning from a flat white to a breakable, piercing silver. She felt the resistance increase, the air thickening into a solid wall that demanded she stop, turn back, and rejoin the rhythm. She refused. She pushed harder, her wings blurring into a haze of shimmering motion, carving a path through the suffocating stillness. The forest floor shrank to a pinprick of light, and the moon loomed closer, a massive, unyielding barrier. She did not look down again. The air shattered. It did not just grow thin, it turned against her. A sudden, violent pressure slammed into Naira's chest, forcing the breath from her lungs in a sharp, ragged gasp. The sky, once a silent void, erupted into a chaotic swirl of phantom storms. Sharp currents of light lashed out like whips, striking her wings and sending tremors through her frame. She tried to bank, but the wind shifted, carrying voices that sounded like her own hollow, defeated and small. They whispered of the times she had failed to find the rhythm, of the moments she had stumbled in the dance, and of the unavoidable consequence of her resistance. She shook her head, but the sound followed, a low, rhythmic thrumming that mimicked the heartbeat of the forest below. Every beat became a struggle against the gravity of her own history. She saw the ground far below, a flat, white areas that seemed to mock her ambition. She gritted her teeth, ignored the voices, and drove her wings harder against the storm. She was not a leaf to be blown, she was the wind itself. The sky twisted. Before her eyes, the world warped into a singular, terrifying image. She was no longer a flyer, but a withered leaf, brown and brittle, spiraling downward into a vast, uncaring void. The vision was absolute. It drained the heat from her wings and the strength from her core. She watched herself fall, a discarded fragment of the forest, destined to vanish into the static floor below. The silence of the void screamed in her ears, promising an end to the struggle. Then, she stopped fighting the vision, and instead leaned into the descent. She folded her wings, turned her body into a blade, and dove directly through the center of the phantom leaf. The illusion shattered like ice under a hammer. The air instantly turned thin, breakable, and impossibly cold. The pressure that had been crushing her chest vanished, replaced by a sharp, metallic bite that burned in her lungs. She snapped her wings open, the shimmering dust catching the harsh, unfiltered light of the moon. The silence here possessed a weight of its own. Naira hovered in the thin, breakable air, her wings pulsing with a faint, rhythmic glow that seemed out of place against the absolute stillness of the lunar surface. Before her, the horizon shifted. A structure of frozen light rose from the void, its geometry defying the natural curves of the world below. It was a palace carved from solidified radiance, sharp-edged and towering, casting no shadows even under the intense glare of the evermoon. She drifted closer, but the air grew dense with a low-frequency hum that rattled her teeth and made her vision blur. The palace was not merely a building, it was a machine of static perfection. She landed on a platform of polished, translucent stone that felt like ice against her skin. Every step echoed, not with sound, but with a vibration that traveled through her boots and up her spine. She reached the main entrance, two massive, translucent doors that stood as tall as the ancient oaks. She braced her shoulders and pushed. With a sharp, crystalline crack, the doors gave way. She stumbled forward into a realm where the air hummed. The interior of the palace was a cavern of blinding brilliance. Naira took a step, her boots clicking against a floor of solidified starlight that felt breakable under her weight. The air here was not just thin, it was still trapped in a loop of a single, dying frequency that vibrated in her marrow. At the center of the hall sat a throne carved from a single, pointed piece of lunar crystal. It hummed, a low, rhythmic pulse that seemed to anchor the entire structure to the void. The Moon Queen sat upon it, motionless. Her skin was a pale, translucent white, reflecting the harsh glare of the room like a mirror. Her eyes were wide, fixed on a distant point beyond the walls, unblinking and lack of recognition. She was not a ruler presiding over a court. She was a fixture of the architecture itself. Naira moved closer, her wings twitching in the oppressive atmosphere. She reached out to touch the edge of the throne, but the air around it rippled with a static discharge that forced her to recoil. The queen did not turn her head. She remained locked in place, a prisoner of her own radiance, tied up to the throne by a web of shimmering, invisible energy. The realization hit Naira with the force of a physical blow. The queen was not maintaining the light was maintaining the queen, keeping her suspended in a state of eternal, silent decay. The queen's lips parted, a movement so slow it seemed to defy the passage of time. Her voice emerged, thin and breakable, sounding like glass grinding against stone.
You were not meant to witness this,
she whispered. The words hung in the still air, vibrating against the walls. As the sound disappeared, a sharp, metallic whine erupted from beneath the throne. Naira stepped back, her boots skidding on the polished surface. A hairline fracture appeared in the floor, glowing with a sickly, pale light. It widened, snaking outward in a path toward the base of the throne. The floor groaned, a deep, tectonic sound that shook the entire palace. Then, the surface buckled. From the widening opening, a dark, viscous shadow began to seep upward. It moved with a deliberate, oily consistency, smelling of ancient, forgotten dust. The shadow pooled around the base of the throne, coiling like a living thing. Naira watched, her wings held tight against her back. The queen's eyes finally shifted, tracking the encroaching stain with a look of profound, weary recognition. The foundation of the moon was failing. The shadow did not only pool, it gushed. It wrapped around the crystal base of the throne, thick and hungry, its surface rippling like disturbed oil. Where the darkness touched the light, the air hissed. A sharp sound of opposing forces grinding against one another. The queen's form began to stumble. Her shadow blurred, flickering in and out of existence, as if she were a candle flame, struggling against a storm. She gripped the armrests, her knuckles white, but her fingers passed through the crystal as if it were smoke. The throne groaned, a sound of fracturing stone that echoed through the vast, hollow hall. Each pulse of the darkness drew a tremor from the floor.
The seal is broken,
The queen said, her voice now a fragmented echo, layered with the sound of wind rushing through a canyon.
If I fall, the night will shatter into 1,000 pointed pieces.
The darkness climbed higher, coiling around her waist, pulling her toward the opening. The entire structure of the moon tilted, a sickening shift in gravity that forced Naira to dig her heels into the floor. The light was failing. Naira watched the darkness coil upward, but her gaze sharpened. She looked past the hunger of the shadow, past the way it tore at the light, and saw a pattern. It was not a monster. It was a missing piece, a pointed fragment of a puzzle that had been forced apart for too long. The palace walls shuddered, yet she did not retreat. She did not reach for the blade at her side, nor did she summon the light. Instead, she took a steadying breath, the air tasting of ozone and ancient forgotten dust. She stepped into the pool of shadow. The cold hit her skin like a physical weight, a numbing pressure that sought to slow her pulse. She ignored the warning of her own senses. She moved closer to the throne, where the viscous smoke swirled in thick, oily ribbons. She extended her arms, her fingers radiated, and plunged her hands directly into the heart of the swirling dark. The substance clung to her skin, freezing and heavy, yet she did not wince. Naira braced her feet against the vibrating floor and hauled the mass of shadow toward the throne. The darkness resisted, a thick, viscous weight that pulled at her shoulders and strained her muscles. As she forced the smoke into the heart of the moon's radiance, the air snapped. A blinding flash of violet light erupted, instantly followed by a searing streak of gold. The two forces did not blend. They collided with the force of a physical impact. A sound like grinding metal and shattering glass tore through the hall, a high-pitched scream that vibrated in Naira's teeth. She held her ground, her arms trembling as the energy currents whipped around her. Violet sparks showered the floor. The throne groaned, tilting violently as the light and shadow locked in a chaotic, swirling vortex. Naira's hands were buried deep in the center of the storm, feeling the heat of the gold and the numbing frost of the dark. The air inside the palace became a solid wall of pressure. Naira felt the heat of the gold light searing her palms, while the freezing shadow bled into her marrow, turning her veins to ice. Her wings, extended to their full span, caught the backlash of the collision. Feathers frayed and curled under the intensity of the violet discharge, yet she did not pull back. She dug her heels into the shifting floor, feeling the crystalline surface spiderweb beneath her weight. The palace groaned, a deep, structural protest that vibrated through her chest. She had to move now, or the entire moon would shatter. She closed her eyes, ignoring the blinding glare, and focused on the resistance of the two currents. With a grunt of exertion, she shifted her grip. She stopped fighting the collision and began to guide it. She pulled a thread of shadow, twisting it through a ribbon of gold, forcing the two extremes to interlock. Her hands moved in a rhythmic, sweeping motion, dragging the viscous dark into the brilliant light. The chaos began to yield to her rhythm. The final threads of shadow coiled around the throne, resisting the pull of the light. Naira locked her fingers, forcing the dark mass to merge with the gold. A sudden, violent tremor shook the palace foundation. Beneath her feet, the crystalline floor split, long pointed openings racing toward the walls. The moon's core groaned. A deep sound echoes. Naira lunged forward, pressing her palms directly against the widening cracks, pouring the combined energy. The light flared, blindingly white, then settled into a deep, steady violet. The opening stopped their crawl. With a sharp, audible click, the floor fused back together, the seams glowing with a faint, pulsing rhythm. Naira pulled her hands away, her skin tingling from the residual charge. The throne stopped humming. The silence in the hall was no longer heavy. It was expectant. Beneath the floor, the deep violet glow began to expand and contract. It was not a flicker, but a slow, deliberate heartbeat. The moon was breathing. Naira watched as the light, once a flat and oppressive glare, softened at the edges. It pulsed outward, pushing against the translucent walls of the palace. With every expansion, the light dimmed into a rich, velvet indigo, and with every contraction, it flared into a warm, golden radiance. The palace structure responded to the rhythm. The walls, previously frozen and brittle, began to ripple like water under a gentle breeze. The static perfection of the moon's surface was dissolving. Naira stepped back, her boots leaving faint impressions on the floor that now felt supple rather than rigid. She looked toward the horizon through the palace doors. For the first time, the light did not hit the world below as a singular, unyielding beam. It moved, it shifted. As the moon pulsed, the light stretched across the distant forests, dragging long, soft shadows behind every tree and stone. The cycle of day and night had finally begun to turn. The Moon Queen remained fixed to the throne, her posture rigid as the stone beneath her. The seat hummed with a final, dying vibration before going silent. As the last of the static energy drained into the floor, the heavy, invisible weight that had pinned her for ages evaporated. The throne, once a monolith of frozen light, began to crack and dull, its sharp edges softening into translucent dust. The queen blinked, her gaze shifting from the distant horizon to her own hands. She pressed her palms against the armrests and pushed. Her legs, pale and trembling, caught her weight for the first time. She did not rise gracefully. She stumbled, her feet sliding on the now supple surface of the floor. She gripped the edge of the throne for balance, her knuckles white before finding her center. She took a single, shaky step forward, then another. The gravity that had anchored her to the seat was gone. She stood tall, her form no longer flickering like a dying candle, but solid and steady. She looked down at her feet, testing the ground, then turned to face Naira. The silence between them was no longer oppressive. It was the quiet of a new beginning. The Moon Queen stepped to the edge of the palace, her eyes fixed on the world below. She raised a hand, and the moon responded. The silver orb, long held in a state of unyielding fullness, began to pull inward. The edges of the light curved, softening into a gentle arc. It was the first wane in an eternity of static glare. As the moon narrowed, the light hitting the forests of Wonderland shifted its angle. For the first time, the trees did not stand in a flat, washed-out glow. They cast long, dark lines across the mossy floor. The shadows were soft, stretching and receding as the moon continued its slow, rhythmic retreat. Every rock and stream gained a new dimension, defined by the contrast of the encroaching dark. The forest floor, once a uniform sheet of brightness, broke into a complex tapestry of light and shade. Naira watched from the palace, her wings catching the dimming radiance. The world below was no longer a frozen stage. It was a landscape of depth, texture, and movement. The shadows crawled over the roots of the ancient trees, bringing a sense of relief to the still earth. The moon was no longer a cold, unblinking eye, but a shifting, living crescent. Below, in the heart of the forest, the fairies stopped their rhythmic, static dance. The ground beneath their feet, once bathed in a flat, relentless silver, now held patches of cool, gray shade. They looked up, necks craning toward the sky. The moon was no longer a piercing, unblinking eye. It was a soft, curved sliver. A fairy near the edge of the stream knelt, reaching out to touch the darkness pooling at the base of a fern. She did not recoil. She traced the edge of the shadow, her fingers moving through the dimness as if testing its texture. A group of them gathered around a stone that had been obscured by the previous glare. Now, the shadow cast by the rock gave it shape, revealing the mossy ridges and deep crevices of its surface. They moved closer, their gazes shifting from the light to the dark with wide, curious eyes. There was no panic. No one tried to flee the encroaching dusk. Instead, they walked into the shadows, letting the cool air settle against their skin. Naira stepped out from the palace of frozen light. The air outside was no longer breakable. It felt thick, alive, and moving. She spread her wings. They caught the wind, but the movement was different now. Where once they had been translucent, they now shimmered with a dual essence. Veins of gold pulsed against patches of deep, velvet shadow. She pushed off the ledge and dropped toward the forest. The descent was not a fall, but a glide through the layers of the new atmosphere. She banked left, watching the way the shadow trailed from her wingtips, weaving into the silver light of the moon. She landed on the highest branch of an ancient oak, her feet gripping the bark. She looked at her hands, then back at the shifting landscape. The world below was no longer a stage of static perfection. It was a breathing, changing cycle. She had not just saved the moon, she had dismantled the machine that kept the world frozen. She was the architect of this new reality. She folded her wings, watching the light dim and brighten, content in the knowledge that the cycle had finally begun. Naira stepped onto a broad, glowing petal that drifted just above the canopy. It dipped under her weight, then steadied, suspended in the cool night air. She sat, drawing her knees to her chest, and looked up. The moon had thinned into a sharp silver crescent. It was no longer a static, unblinking eye, but a shifting vessel of time. She watched the way the darkness cradled the sliver of light, giving it edge, giving it form. Without the encroaching shadow, the glow would have been nothing but a blinding, flat glare. She traced the curve of the moon with her gaze, feeling the rhythm of the world pulsing beneath her. The air moved in soft, predictable currents. The forest below breathed in the cool dark and exhaled in the warm light. She closed her eyes, listening to the silence that was no longer empty, but full of potential. The cycle was complete. She remained there, a silent observer of the balance she had woven, knowing that the light finally held meaning because the dark was there to hold it. Underneath, the smell of earth came out. She stood in the center of the change, watching the frost retreat. The ground was no longer a static foundation. It was a living thing. She looked down at the mud staining her feet, feeling the cold of the palace fade beneath the rising heat of the soil. The scent was not merely a smell, it was an intrusion. It flooded the space around her, thick with the heavy, cloying perfume of damp earth and crushed sap. Lunara stood motionless, but her breath came in shallow, jagged gasps. The air here was dense, lacking the sharp, crystalline purity of the palace. It felt heavy in her lungs, a weight that pulled at her equilibrium. She looked down at her hands, then back toward the receding ice. The contrast was violent. Her golden wings, usually held in a rigid, statuesque pose, began to twitch. A faint, rhythmic vibration hummed through the feathers. She tried to steady herself, pressing her palms against her sides, but the tremors only deepened. The scent of the forest seemed to amplify the instability. Every inhale brought a new wave of organic, chaotic energy that clashed with the static silence she had known for centuries. She felt the muscles in her back tighten. The stillness of Frostvale was gone, replaced by a restless, pulsing vitality that she could not ignore. She stood at the center of this sensory storm, her wings fluttering with increasing intensity, unable to find a point of anchor in a world that was rapidly shedding its frozen skin. The transition was inside her. The vibration in her wings slowed, then stopped. A sharp snap of a dry twig echoed from the dense bush to her left. Lunara turned. Her muscles coiled for flight, but she did not move. The thicket parted. A fox stepped into the small clearing, its fur the deep, burning color of autumn leaves. It did not crouch or growl. It stood with its head cocked, tail held high and still. The creature's eyes were the color of polished amber, wide and unblinking. It studied her with a focused. Lunara held her breath, watching the fox's chest rise and fall. The animal took a single step forward, its paws sinking into the soft, dark soil without leaving a trace of the frost she had brought with her. The fear that had gripped her chest began to dissolve, replaced by a sharp, magnetic pull of curiosity. She watched the fox's ears twitch. She was no longer the only living thing in this strange space. She was being observed, and for the first time, she did not want to run. Lunara lowered her arm, the movement slow and deliberate. Her fingers, accustomed only to the biting sting of ice, hovered in the humid air. She reached out, her palm open and trembling. The creature closed the final distance, its movements fluid and unhurried. It pressed its nose directly into the center of her palm. The contact was shocking. It felt like a spark igniting dry tinder. The sensation was sharp, immediate, and undeniably alive. Her fingers curled instinctively, brushing against the soft, warm fur. She felt her heartbeat accelerate, matching the rapid, steady rhythm of the animal against her skin. She was no longer a spectator to the thaw. She was a participant. The fox pulled away, trotting back toward the thicket, but Lunara remained rooted in the damp soil. She turned her head slowly, looking back toward the jagged cliffs of Frostvale. The Crystal Palace stood silent. She shifted her weight, feeling the soft, yielding earth beneath her feet, and looked forward again. The forest was a chaotic, vibrant tapestry of greens and browns, shifting constantly in the breeze. She realized then that she was no longer a resident of the ice, nor a creature of the wood. She was the point of friction. Lunara shifted her shoulders, and the weight of her wings felt different. They were no longer heavy burdens of light, but humming, vibrant attachments that seemed to pull energy from the air around her. She stretched them wide, the span casting a shadow over the dark, wet soil. A faint, golden vibration traveled through the feathers, a low-frequency hum that resonated in her bones. She tilted her head, watching the way the light caught the edges. She began to sway, testing the balance of her body against the pull of the earth. The stiffness of her training dissolved. She moved her arms in a wide arc. She was not just standing in the forest, she was becoming part of its machinery. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. She was the missing link. Lunara closed her eyes and let the rhythm take her. She swayed, her body tracing a slow, deliberate arc that mirrored the swaying of the trees. With every rotation, the golden light radiating from her wings intensified, shedding small, glowing embers that drifted toward the ground like falling stars. These sparks did not vanish upon contact. They sank into the dark, wet soil, pulsing with a soft, persistent heat. Lunara watched, her breath hitching as the mud began to shift and churn. A tiny, vibrant green tip broke the surface, followed by another, and then a dozen more. They were not merely plants, they were expressions of the energy she had released. She moved faster, her feet tracing circles in the dirt, and everywhere her shadow passed, the earth responded. The shoots uncurled, thickening into sturdy stems that pushed aside the damp soil with undeniable force. She reached out, her fingers brushing the air, and felt the forest lean into her presence. The ground was no longer a cold, static barrier. She spun again, and the small green shoots surged upward, leaves unfurling in the golden glow, transforming the barren mud into a living, breathing carpet of growth. The air around Lunara grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and crushed leaves. It pressed against her skin, a physical weight that made every movement a battle against resistance. Beneath her feet, the ground stopped being a passive surface and began to tremble. A low, rhythmic vibration traveled up through her soles, shaking her bones and rattling the very air. She looked up, seeing the golden light from her wings swirling into a dense, blinding vortex that threatened to tear the sky open. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, syncopated beat that matched the tremors in the earth. She knew the threshold had been crossed. The energy she had unleashed was no longer contained. It was demanding a release. She pulled her wings tight against her back, bracing for the impact of the power she had summoned. Her muscles coiled, every fiber of her being focused on the singular point of her next movement. She gathered the weight of the forest and the static of the ice into one point of tension. She crouched, knees bent, eyes locked on the horizon, ready to launch herself into the unknown. Miles away, the elders of Frostvale stood on the sharp, wind-swept peaks. They leaned forward, their hands white-knuckled against the frozen stone of their staffs. For centuries, the horizon had been a static line of gray ice and eternal stillness. Now, that line was fracturing. They watched as a ripple of color bled into the monochrome landscape, a slow-moving wave of green and gold that defied the biting cold. One elder raised a hand, pointing toward the valley floor, but no sound escaped his throat. They saw the golden light erupting from the center of the transition zone, casting long, unnatural shadows against the glaciers. They stood frozen, their eyes tracking the expansion of the light as it consumed the gray expanse. The boundary they had guarded for generations was dissolving. The silence of the peaks was shattered by the sound of shifting earth, a deep, rhythmic thrum. They realized then that the wall was no longer a barrier. It was a memory. Lunara pushed off the ground. The force of her leap cracked the frozen earth, sending a spray of dark soil into the air. She ascended, her wings snapping wide to catch the rising updraft of energy. At the apex of her jump, she tucked her limbs and released the gathered light. A blinding, golden pulse erupted from her center, expanding outward in a perfect sphere. The air shrieked as the light hit the atmosphere. Instantly, the sky vanished behind a violent eruption of growth. Thick, interlocking branches spiraled upward, knitting together with a sound like snapping timber. Broad, emerald leaves unfurled in a rapid, rhythmic sequence, overlapping to form a dense, living ceiling. The harsh, biting glare of the frozen world was cut off, replaced by a soft, amber glow. The temperature surged, the frost hissing as it evaporated. Lunara descended, her feet landing softly on the now thawed earth, surrounded by the sudden, heavy silence of a forest born in seconds. Lunara did not pause. She turned, her heels striking the damp earth with deliberate, rhythmic force. Where her feet touched the ground, the lingering frost shivered and retreated. She spun, a blur of motion that whipped the air into a warm current. The soil beneath her responded, dark and rich, pushing up tiny, vibrant green shoots that raced toward the light. She moved faster, her path a winding ribbon of life carved through the gray expanse. The frost surged back, a thin layer of ice attempting to coat the new growth, but she countered with a sharp, sweeping kick. A wave of color exploded outward. Petals of violet, crimson, and gold burst from the mud, their stems thick and resilient. She danced through the thicket, her movements precise and demanding. Every step was a strike against the stillness. The wild flowers spread in her wake. She pivoted, her wings casting golden sparks that landed like embers. The frost shattered under the pressure of the bloom. Lunara, slowed her spin. She planted her feet firmly, heels digging into the soft, dark soil. The rapid, frantic energy of her dance shifted into a steady, resonant thrum. Beneath her soles, the ground vibrated. It was a deep, low-frequency tremor that traveled up her legs and settled in her chest. She closed her eyes, listening. The forest was no longer a collection of separate plants. It was a single, breathing organism. She matched her breathing to the slow, heavy expansion of the roots below. Her heartbeat accelerated, then leveled, locking into the cadence of the earth itself. The silence that had once defined her home was gone, replaced by the rhythmic thud of life. She felt the sap rising in the trees, the slow crawl of moss over stone, and the steady, rhythmic expansion of the meadow. She was no longer moving against the world. She was moving with it. Her arms rose, palms open, and the air around her thickened with the hum of the valley. Lunara began to spin. Her movements, once steady and rhythmic, sharpened into a blur of kinetic energy. She spun around on her toes, her body a central axis for the gathering force. Her wings, previously held close, began to unfurl with a sharp, metallic snap. They stretched outward, wider and wider. With every rotation, the golden glow intensified. Sparks detached from her feathers, swirling into a miniature cyclone. The air grew dense, charged with static. She pushed harder, her muscles straining against the increasing resistance. The light was no longer a soft shimmer. It was a physical weight. She gathered the ambient energy of the forest. She reached the limit of her physical endurance, her wings fully extended, vibrating with a high-pitched hum. She threw her head back and released the stored energy. A blinding flash of pure light erupted, washing over the valley. The light receded, leaving behind a silence that felt heavy and new. Beneath the surface of the valley, the ancient ice groaned. A jagged fissure appeared, snaking across the frozen expanse with a sound like snapping bone. Water surged upward, dark and cold, flooding the cracks until the white crust began to buckle. The ground heaved. Large slabs of permafrost tilted and slid, grinding against each other as the heat from the preceding surge penetrated the deep soil. The ice did not just melt, it surrendered. It turned to slush, then to rushing rivulets that carved deep channels into the thawing earth. As the water drained, the soil darkened, steaming in the sudden warmth. Tiny, vibrant green shoots pushed through the mud, uncurling with visible speed. Blades of grass shot upward, weaving together into a thick, resilient carpet. Where the ice had been still and dead, a meadow now breathed. Flowers burst open in clusters of color, their petals unfurling to catch the light. The transformation was absolute. Every inch of the valley floor was now covered in soft, swaying greenery. Lunara stood at the center of the meadow, her feet sinking into the soft, rich soil. She looked up. The sky above the valley had cleared, revealing a vast, open expanse. She bent her knees, digging her heels into the damp earth to find purchase. Her wings, still vibrating, began to beat against the air. The first stroke was heavy, pushing a gust of warm wind across the grass. She pushed again, harder, her muscles coiling and releasing in a single, fluid motion. She left the ground. She fly high and golden shimmer surround around her, moving like a vortex. As she climbed, her wings trailed a shimmering golden dust that hung suspended in the air. This light did not fade. It solidified into a glowing arc. She reached the apex of her flight, turned, and looked back. The trail hung in the sky, a brilliant, luminous bridge that marked the arrival of the new season. She fly to the horizon glow. Valley has changed a lot. The jagged cliffs that once defined the edge of Frostvale no longer held their sharp, impenetrable line. As Lunara descended, her feet touched the stone, and the rock groaned. It did not resist. Instead, the cliff face fractured, the heavy slabs shifting and sliding to form a wide, gradual slope. The wall was gone. In its place lay a path, open and inviting, leading down into the vast, unknown territories beyond. Lunara walked forward, her stride steady. Every step she took left a faint, glowing imprint on the ground, a mark that remained long after she passed. She moved through barren, gray plains, and where her shadow fell, the earth cracked open. Green shoots erupted from the dry, dusty soil, spiraling upward into thick vines. She crossed rivers that had been frozen solid for centuries, the ice shattering under her touch to reveal clear, flowing water. The border was no longer a cage of stone and ice, but a living, breathing gateway. She traveled across the horizon, a constant, moving force. The horizon shifted from the vibrant greens of the lowlands back to the stark, crystalline white of the north. Lunara descended, her wings folding against her back as she touched down on the familiar, jagged ice of Frostvale. The air was cold, but it felt clean, like a held breath waiting to be released. She walked across the frozen lake, her boots clicking against the surface. The ice beneath her did not groan under the weight of a trapped, suffocating pressure. The surface was smooth, cool, and steady. It was a place of deep, quiet stillness, a sanctuary for the earth to recover its strength. She lay back, looking up at the vast, silent sky. The winter was no longer a cage. She closed her eyes, and here she finally rested. Lunara rose from the ice, her movements fluid and unhurried. She looked down at the frozen ground, sensing the life waiting beneath the surface. The frost was not an end, but a quiet preparation. She understood now that every falling leaf and every winter chill served the same purpose, to make room for what would follow. She stood at the threshold of the north, her presence a constant, steady pulse. She reached out, touching the air, and felt the faint, rhythmic heartbeat of the world beneath the snow. It was a cycle without a final stop. She moved toward the horizon, leaving the stillness behind, ready to carry the warmth of the bloom into the next season. With every step, she ensured that the end of one journey was merely the beginning of another. She was the bridge, the conductor, and the witness to the world's endless renewal. But inward, retreating into the mountain with the heavy friction of stone against stone, Ali Baba leaned forward, his balance precarious on the branch. As the gap widened, a golden light spilled out, reflecting off the dust motes. It was not just a cave, it was a vault. Piles of coins rose like dunes in a desert, mixed with heavy bars and flowered vessels. Ali Baba remained pinned to the tree, his mouth slightly open, his mind struggling to process the sight. He did not move, he did not breathe. The riders did not return. Minutes stretched into an hour, the forest settling back into its natural, indifferent rhythm. Ali Baba finally shifted his weight, his muscles stiff and aching from the long, rigid weight. He climbed down, his boots finding purchase on the gnarled roots until he hit the forest floor. He moved toward the cliff, his pace slow, eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. The stone wall remained partially ajar, a jagged, dark mouth in the mountainside. He reached the threshold, the air here cooler. He took a steadying breath, gripped his hands into tight fists, and whispered the words.
Open sesame.
The rock groaned again, sliding fully aside to reveal the vast, hollow interior. Ali Baba stepped across the threshold. He looked up. The floor was a sea of gold. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold surface of a gold bar. It was real. Ali Baba reached his home and dumped the heavy sacks onto the packed dirt floor. The sound was unmistakable, a metallic clatter that echoed against the mud walls. His wife dropped her work, her eyes widening as she stared at the pile of gold. She did not ask where it came from. She grabbed a scale, desperate to know the extent of their fortune. She realized the scale was too small for such a task, and hurried to the house of Ali Baba's brother, Kasim. She knocked, breathless, and asked to borrow a weight. Kasim's wife opened the door, her gaze sharp and calculating. She handed over the scale, but her suspicion lingered. As soon as the door closed, she pressed a thick layer of wax onto the bottom of the metal pan. She waited, watching the street with narrowed eyes. When Ali Baba's wife returned the scale, Kasim's wife was hurried to take it back and check the bottom of scale pan. Kasim's wife took the scale back. Her fingers immediately searched the wax. She pulled it away, and there, embedded firmly in the sticky surface, was a single, gleaming gold coin. She held it up to the light, her breath hitching as she realized the source of this sudden, impossible wealth. Kasim immediately went to his brother's house and did not wait for an invitation. He kicked the door open, his face flushed with a dark, vibrating intensity. He strode into the center of the room, his eyes scanning the floor where the gold had been quickly hidden. He stopped, his slippers grinding into the dirt, and reached into his palm. He slammed the gold coin down onto the wooden table. It spun, a bright, taunting circle of light that seemed to fill the small room. Ali Baba stood by the wall, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Kasim stepped forward, closing the distance until his breath was hot against Ali Baba's face. His hands were shaking, not with fear, but with a raw, desperate hunger. He pointed at the coin, then at the floor, his voice dropping to a jagged, threatening growl.
I know you have more. I know where you found it.
Ali Baba tried to turn away, but Kasim grabbed his shoulder, spinning him back with a violent shove. The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. He leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. Ali Baba looked at his brother, seeing only the hollow, glinting greed.
Tell me the location, or I will ensure you never walk these streets again.
The next morning, the sun had barely cleared the horizon when Kasim reached the jagged cliff. He stood before the solid stone face, his chest breathing with anticipation. He shouted the command, his voice cracking against the silence of the canyon. The rock groaned, a deep, grinding sound that vibrated through the soles of his boots.
Open sesame.
As the stone slid aside, a cool, stale draft rushed out to meet him. Kasim did not hesitate. He ran into the opening, his eyes widening as the dim light caught the shimmer of endless gold. The cave was a sea of coins, stacked in uneven mounds that reached toward the ceiling. He fell to his knees, his hands clawing at the piles of jewels. The metal slipped through his fingers like water. He stood up, his mind racing with calculations of weight and value. He dragged 12 donkeys into the cavern, one by one, their hooves clattering sharply against the stone floor. He worked with a frantic, sweating intensity, shoveling gold into heavy sacks and hoisting them onto the animals' backs. He was so consumed by the weight of the loot and the intoxicating glint of the gems that he failed to notice the change in the air. The entrance remained open, but the silence of the desert outside had shifted. He was blind to the world, his focus entirely locked on the fortune he believed was now his own. Kasim wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand. He grabbed the lead rope of the final donkey, his muscles aching from the exertion of filling the last sack. He turned toward the entrance, expecting to see the path back to the desert. Instead, he saw only the solid, unyielding wall of stone. He frowned, his heart giving a sharp, sudden jolt. He stepped forward, placing his palms against the cold rock, and pushed. It did not budge. He stepped back, his breath hitching in his throat. He cleared his lungs and shouted. The words echoed hollowly against the cavern walls, swallowed by the silence of the gold.
Open wheat.
He waited, his eyes darting to the ceiling, then to the floor. Nothing moved. A cold sweat broke out across his skin. He lunged at the stone again, his fingernails scraping against the granite. He screamed, his voice cracking with rising terror.
Open barley.
He began to pace, his boots kicking up dust, his mind spinning in a frantic, desperate loop. He tried every grain, every plant, every word he could conjure, but the stone remained a tomb. The weight of the gold suddenly felt like a mountain pressing down on his chest. He was trapped. Kasim hammered his fists against the rock, his knuckles bleeding. He was sobbing now, a ragged sound that bounced off the piles of gold. He spun around, searching for another exit, but the walls were solid. Then he felt it. A low, rhythmic tremor traveled through the floor, vibrating up through his boots. He froze, head cocked toward the entrance. Outside, the muffled thunder of hooves grew louder, sharper, cutting through the desert air. He scrambled toward the stone, hoping to hear a signal that the path was clear. But the sound was not retreating, it was converging. The thudding intensified until the very air in the cavern seemed to rattle. He realized with a jolt of pure terror that he was not alone. He scrambled behind a mound of silver, his breath coming in shallow, jagged gasps. The horses stopped abruptly. A chorus of harsh, guttural voices erupted just beyond the rock. The leader shouted a command. The stone groaned, grinding against the earth as it began to slide open. A sliver of blinding daylight pierced the darkness, cutting across the cavern floor. Cassim pressed himself into the shadows, his heart. The thieves did not hesitate. They surged forward, blades drawn, cutting off any path to the exit. Cassim lunged for the gap between them, but a heavy boot caught his chest, sending him sprawling back into the gold. He scrambled to his feet, hands raised, but the leader stepped forward with a single, brutal motion. The cavern fell silent again, save for the heavy breathing of the men. They left the body where it fell, uninterested in the man. Hours later, the desert sun dipped low, casting long, jagged shadows across the cliff face. Ali Baba arrived, his heart heavy. He stepped inside, his eyes scanning the gloom until they landed on the center of the room. He walked slowly, his boots crunching on stray coins. He stopped. The sight of his brother, still and drained the color from his face. He knelt, reaching out to touch his shoulder. The gold, once a dream of prosperity, now glittered with a sickening hollow light. He gathered the heavy, limp form and began the long trek back. Ali Baba reached the threshold, his burden heavy and lifeless. He laid the body down in the dim light of the main room. Panic flickered in his eyes, but Morgiana moved with sharp, decisive purpose. She did not weep. She did not hesitate. She knew that a sudden death in the house would draw the eyes of the neighborhood, and with them, the prying questions of the authorities. She stepped out into the night, moving through the narrow alleys until she found the master tailor. She did not explain. She simply pressed a coin into his hand and bring out a thick, dark cloth. She put black cloth piece on Taylor's eyes, knotting the fabric behind his head. She took Taylor's arm and guided him through the winding streets, forcing him to turn at every corner to disorient his sense of direction. Once inside the house, she stood over the tailor as he worked, her presence a silent, watchful shadow. He stitched the shroud with trembling fingers. When the task was finished, she blindfolded him once more and led him back. She watched him walk away, then returned to the house, locking the door. The thieves were not finished. News of the tailor reached the ears of the gang, confirming that someone had retrieved the body. The leader knew the house had to be identified. He sent his most trusted scout into the city under the cover of a moonless night. The man moved through the labyrinth of alleys, his eyes scanning every lintel and doorframe. He found the house, paused to ensure no one was watching, and drew a piece of white chalk across the wood. He made a sharp, distinct cross, then vanished into the darkness. Morgiana was at the gate moments later, checking the perimeter before locking up for the night. She saw the white streak against the dark wood. She did not panic. She did not call out to Ali Baba. She reached into her pocket, pulled out her own piece of chalk, and turned to the street. She walked to the neighbor on the left and drew an identical cross. She moved to the next house, then the next, marking every door in the row. By the time she finished, the street was a uniform line of identical symbols. She stepped back, wiped the chalk dust from her fingers, and retreated inside. The gang arrived before dawn, their movements synchronized and silent. They moved down the street, expecting to find the single white cross that would lead them to their vengeance. Instead, they stopped dead. Every door in the row bore the exact same mark. The leader stepped forward, his hand hovering over the hilt of his blade, his eyes darting from one door to the next. The marks were identical in size, angle, and height. He turned to his men, his face hardening with frustration. They checked the first house, then the second, then the third, but the uniformity of the signs rendered their reconnaissance useless. The men began to mutter, their confidence eroding. The leader walked the length of the street, his boots crunching against the cobblestones, searching for any subtle difference. There was none. He signaled for them to pull back, his jaw set in a tight, grim line. They melted away into the shadows of the city. The leader shed his identity as a bandit. He traded his weapons for the tools of a merchant. He disguised himself as a trader. He spent days gathering 38 large ceramic jars, heavy and wide-mouthed, and loaded them onto a string of mules. He entered the city gates with his head bowed, projecting the image of a weary, harmless trader. He navigated the streets until he reached the house of Ali Baba. He pulled the mules to a halt and struck the heavy wooden gate. When the gate groaned open, he stood before Ali Baba with a practiced, humble expression. He spoke of a long journey and a need for rest. Ali Baba looked at the man, then at the line of jars, and saw only a traveler in need. He nodded, gesturing for him to enter. The leader guided the animals through the threshold, the heavy jaws clattering against the stone. He secured the mules in the corner of the yard. Ali Baba offered him a seat and a cup of water. The leader sat, his hands resting on his knees, watching the house settle into quiet. The house fell into a deep, heavy silence. Morgiana moved through the kitchen, her hands searching for the lamp, but the wick sputtered and died. The vessel was empty. She grabbed a small pitcher and stepped out into the cool air. The moon cast long, jagged shadows across the rows of ceramic jars. She walked toward the first one, the stone cold beneath her fingertips. She leaned in, intending to dip the pitcher, but a low, raspy sound drifted up from the dark mouth of the vessel. It was a human voice, muffled and impatient. The words hung in the stagnant air. Morgiana froze.
Is it time?
She moved to the second jar, pressing her ear against the rough clay. Another voice, deeper this time, hissed from within.
Is it time yet?
Her heart hammered against her ribs. She stepped back, her eyes scanning the long line of 38 containers. Every jar held a killer, waiting for a signal. She stood motionless, the empty pitcher trembling in her grip. Morgiana did not scream. She did not run to wake the house. She turned her movements precise and fluid and retreated to the kitchen. She piled wood into the hearth, striking flint until the flames roared to life. She hoisted a heavy iron cauldron onto the fire, filling it with oil until it reached the brim. She watched the surface. The liquid began to ripple, then hiss, then bubble with a violent, rolling heat. She grabbed a thick cloth to shield her hands and lifted the cauldron. It was heavy, pulling at her shoulders, but she did not falter. She approached the first jar, the one that had spoken. She tilted the cauldron. The boiling oil poured in a steady, thick stream. She worked with a rhythmic, mechanical focus, pouring the scalding liquid into every jar in the line. She set the empty cauldron down on the stone, her chest heaving, and looked at the row of jars. They were quiet. The leader stepped out from the guest quarters, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. He expected to see his men emerging from the jars, the house already under their control. Instead, he found the courtyard bathed in an unnatural, heavy stillness. He walked toward the line of ceramic vessels. The air hung thick with the acrid, biting scent of scorched oil. He reached the first jar and kicked it. It did not shift, it did not groan. He tipped it over, and the contents spilled out onto the stone, a lifeless, charred weight. His eyes darted down the row. Every jar was silent. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. He did not call out. He did not search for the one responsible. He backed away, his boots scraping against the uneven ground, his gaze fixed on the dark windows of the house. He turned and sprinted toward the gate. He walked over the threshold, disappearing into the blackness of the alleyway. The courtyard remained empty, save for the row of silent, broken jaws. Weeks later, a new merchant arrived at the gate, offering gifts and smooth words. Ali Baba, unaware of the man's true identity, invited him to join the evening meal. The table was set with heavy platters of meat and wine. The guest sat in the place of honor, his eyes scanning the room with predatory patience. Ali Baba and his son laughed at the merchant's stories, oblivious to the danger sitting across from them. Morgiana stood in the shadows near the hearth, her gaze fixed on the visitor. She knew the shape of his jaw and the cold set of his eyes. She stepped into the center of the room, holding a tambourine. She began to move, her feet tapping against the stone floor in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. The metal discs of the instrument jingled, a sharp, metallic sound that cut through the low hum of conversation. She spun, the fabric of her sleeves catching the light. She moved closer to the table, her eyes never leaving the guest. She circled the room, her pace quickening, the tambourine rising and falling, in time with her breath. She drifted behind the leader, her shadow falling across his shoulders. The music grew louder, filling the space, masking the deliberate, predatory grace of her approach. Jingo's frantic dance, Morgana's final spin. With a sharp, sudden motion, she let the instrument drop. It clattered against the stone floor, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the confined space. Before the metal disc stopped vibrating, her hand darted to her belt. She pulled the dagger free, the steel catching the orange glow of the wall torches. She did not hesitate. She moved forward, driving the blade deep into the trader's chest. The man gasped, his hands flying up to grip the hilt, but his strength failed him instantly. He slumped forward, his face hitting the table with a dull thud, overturning a goblet of wine that bled across the wood. The room went deathly still. Ali Baba pushed his chair back, his breath hitching in his throat as he stared at the fallen man. Morgiana stood over the body, the dagger still gripped in her hand, her chest heaving with the exertion of the strike. Ali Baba looked from the lifeless body to Morgiana. He saw the steady hand that had saved his life and the loyalty that had shielded his home. He walked to the center of the room and bowed his head, a silent acknowledgement of the debt he could never repay. He took her hand and declared her a free woman, no longer a servant, but a member of his own family. The household shifted, the fear that had defined their days gone, replaced by a quiet, watchful order. They returned to the cave one last time to seal the entrance, ensuring the gold would remain buried in the earth. They lived in the house on the hill, surrounded by the comfort of their labor, but they never spoke the command aloud again. The secret remained locked behind the stone, a lesson learned in blood and silence. They thrived on the wisdom of their shared survival. Hi viewers, how are you doing today? Today's story is a dark, emotionally powerful version of my Snow White twist. What if the magic mirror didn't tell you who's the fairest, but showed you how you die? Because when the queen looked into it, she saw Snow White and her own end. The story begins like this. In a kingdom draped in velvet and gold, where beauty was worshipped like a god, stood in Queen's chamber her most prized possession, a tall, ancient mirror framed in black thorns. The Queen's hands still stuck to the sharp salt of boar blood when she stormed back to the private chamber. She slammed the oak door behind her. The torchlight flickered, dancing across the twisted black thorns that framed the ancient mirror at the far end. She crossed the room in 3 long strides, palms slamming hard against the carved glass frame. She snarled,
Show me again. What is my fate now?
The glass surface rippled immediately, faster than it had ever moved before. It did not stop at red murk, did not drag out the weight. The image cleared fast, and the Queen's breath caught again. This time, no air came back. This vision was worse. It did not end with a quick death in a glass coffin. It showed her years, decades, stretching out empty. It showed her throne slipping, one courtier at a time, one loyalty broken after another. It showed her growing old, alone, with no one to speak her name. It showed her dying in the dark, with no hand to close her eyes. The image held and shifted, showing one path after another. Every road, every choice, every turn, all of them led to the same end, her downfall, her death. Caused by Snow White, the Queen stood frozen, her knuckles white where they gripped the mirror frame. The chill of the glass seeped through her skin, all the way to her bones. One by one, the paths flickered past, all endings the same. No escape, no reprieve. Slowly, a terrible truth pushed through the fog of her fear. This was not a fixed fate the mirror had pulled from the future. It was showing her what her own choices would build. The more she fought Snow White, the darker the future grew. The more she reached for a knife to stop the vision, the closer the vision came. The mirror was not predicting what would happen. It was reacting to what she already planned. Her fear fed it. Every beat of panic, every desperate order to hunt the girl, every poison she stirred in the dark, it fed the magic. It made the end more certain. This was not the mirror's curse. It was hers. She stepped back, breathing hard, and let her hand fall away from the frame. This was the magic no other mirror in the castle held. For longer than she could count, this mirror had been the only thing she trusted. More than her courtiers, more than her crown, more than any person who had ever walked the castle halls. Every night, without fail, the ritual repeated. After the last courtier bowed and left the throne room, the Queen would cross this private chamber in total silence. She would stop exactly 1 foot from the twisted black thorns that framed the glass. She would tilt her head, lower her voice, and whisper the same line every single night. Show me tomorrow. Show me my fate. And every single night, the mirror obeyed. The glass would clear. Soft golden light would spill out into the room, and the vision would take shape. For years, those visions never brought her anything but comfort. They showed her throne unchallenged, no treason bubbling under the surface, no rival gathering armies at the border. They showed her power, stretching across the kingdom, decade after decade, unbroken. They showed her rule holding firm, her name spoken with fear and respect in every corner of the land. Midwinter fell cold and silent over the castle. The wind howled through the outer walls, seeping through gaps in the stone, and turned the air in the private chamber sharp enough to bite. The queen pulled the door shut behind her, bolted the lock, and turned toward the thorns. Her steps were steady. Her voice was steady. She had done this 1,000 times before, and she expected to do it 1,000 more. She stopped exactly 1 foot from the frame, just as she always did. She lowered her voice, just as she always did, and whispered the words into the still air. Show me tomorrow. Show me my fate. She waited for the soft golden light to spill out, for the familiar shapes of her unchallenged reign to clear in the glass. Nothing happened. The glass stayed dark. No light climbed to meet her eyes. She leaned forward a fraction, frowning. Had she spoken too quiet? She opened her mouth to repeat the line. That was when it moved. The surface shimmered, not the slow, steady shift it always made. A violent, rolling ripple, like a pond struck hard by a thrown stone. The movement spread out from the center, fast, unsteady, shaking the reflection of the torchlight on the glass. The queen froze. Her breath caught in her throat. She had never seen it do this. Not once, in all the years she had used it. The shimmer slowed. It stopped. The glass settled, and the color deepened. It turned, deep, dark, red, the exact color of fresh blood, spilled warm onto cold stone. She stared, unblinking, until her eyes began to water. Shapes were starting to form under the murky red surface, bleeding together, impossible to pick apart. She forced her feet to move, 1 slow step closer to the glass. She leaned in until her nose was only inches from the cold surface, and squinted. The shapes shifted. They locked into place. First, the walls. Rough, cold, gray stone. Not her chamber. A different room, smaller, darker. Empty, except for one thing in the center. A coffin. Carved all from clear glass, so thin she could see every line of what lay inside. She followed the shape with her eyes, up from the base, to the lid, to the body resting inside. It was her, lying perfectly still, skin pale as fresh fallen snow. No breath moving the chest, no pulse beating under the skin. Lifeless. Gone. She could not look away. The image held, sharp and clear, and her eyes dragged to the foot of the coffin, to the figure standing beside it, one hand resting lightly on the glass. It was Snow White. She stood straight. She was alive. Her skin glowed warm in the dim light of the chamber, and perched straight on her head, heavy and familiar, was the queen's own crown. The image held for 10 slow heartbeats, then faded. The red drained from the glass. The room went dark. The queen's knees went weak. She could not hold her weight any longer. She staggered back, boots sliding on the cold marble floor, until her shoulder slammed hard into the stone wall behind her. The impact of the image jolted up her neck, but she did not feel the pain. Her breath came in short, shaking bursts, uneven. She pushed the words out through clenched teeth, voice cracking.
No. This is a lie.
For years, the mirror had never lied to her. It had never shown her anything but the good, steady future she had always counted on. This had to be a trick, a flaw. A trick of the torchlight, or the midwinter cold. A low, cold whisper rose from the empty mirror surface, soft enough that it might have been the wind through the cracks, but sharp enough to cut straight through her denial.
The future does not lie. It only waits.
The whisper died away, but the cold of it stayed. It crawled down through her ribs, into her stomach, into the marrow of her bones. It wrapped around her spine, and it did not let go. She stood there, pressed to the wall, and felt it take root. Every future she had planned, Every comfort she had counted on, every certainty that had held her throne together for years, all of it shattered in that single whisper. The queen pushed her shoulder off the wall, one slow inch at a time. Her legs still shook, her hands still trembled, but the fear that had rooted itself in her bones was no longer a numb, paralyzing thing. It turned sharp, it turned hard, it turned into purpose. This was not about who ruled the court. This was not about who was considered the fairest. All the old quarrels, all the petty rivalries, all the games of power she had played for decades, none of it mattered anymore. This was survival. If the vision the mirror showed was true, every day that Snow White drew breath was a day the coffin waited for the queen. She could not sit still. She could not wait for the future to creep through the castle gates and find her unarmed. She had to strike first. She had to stop the future before it could begin. She would not be a victim waiting to lie down in that glass box. The first pale light of dawn seeped through the cracks in the drapes before she moved. She sent a page to the guards' barracks with a single order: bring the best huntsman to the private chamber, immediately, no questions asked. The huntsman came, boots quiet on the marble, and stood before her with his head bowed.
If she lives, I die. You will find her. You will kill her. You will bring me her heart, sealed in an iron box. If you fail, if you let her run, you will take her place in that glass coffin. Do you understand me?
The huntsman rode out at a gallop, the queen's order ringing in his ears the whole way. He found Snow White by a stream, picking wild strawberries off a low bush, laughing at a butterfly that had landed on her wrist. He tied his horse to an oak, drew his sharp hunting knife, and crept through the underbrush toward her. He had killed men for the queen before. He had hunted boar and wolf and bear through the worst winter storms. He had never failed an order. He stepped out of the bush, knife held high, and stopped. Snow White turned to look at him. She did not flinch. She did not run. She held out her right hand filled with strawberries. He had killed many things. But he had never killed a child who offered him food. His hand began to shake. The knife trembled so hard the blade caught the sun and glinted. He lowered the blade, and the tension went out of his shoulders all at once. He could not do it. Run, he said, voice rough with relief and fear. Run deep into the woods. And never come back to the castle. Snow White did not hesitate. She turned and ran, disappearing into the thick green undergrowth before he could draw another breath. 100 yards away, a full-grown wild boar rooted through the brush for acorns. The huntsman tracked it, drove his knife into its heart, and cut the organ out, wrapping it in clean oilcloth to seal in the blood. He packed it into the iron box the queen had given him, and rode back toward the castle, the lie heavy in his saddlebags. The queen waited in the great hall until the sun dipped below the western battlements. The main fire crackled low, casting long shadows across the stone floors when the huntsman's boots sounded on the steps. He carried the iron box in both hands, head still bowed, and set it at her feet. It was still warm, still sticky with dried blood along the seams. The huntsman spoke the words he had practiced on the ride back.
It is done. Your order is fulfilled.
The queen did not answer. She stared down at the box, her fingers curling tight around the arms of her throne. She had ordered him to bring back a human heart. She knew what a human heart felt like. She knew what it weighed. She rose from the throne, one slow step at a time, and reached down to pry the iron lid open with her bare hands. The scent of fresh blood hit her first. It smelled like wild boar, like game fat, like the forest, not like the heart of a girl. She reached in, wrapped her fingers around it, and pulled it out to hold it up to the firelight. It was too big, too coarse. The shape was wrong. The lie hit her like a fist to the throat. Her face burned hot, then went cold. The huntsman had betrayed her. He had let the girl run. He had handed her survival to Snow White and sealed the queen's death warrant with his lie. She dropped the boar's heart onto the stone floor. It hit with a heavy, wet thud. Her hands were sticky with blood. When she turned away, she slammed her palm against the twisted thorn frame of the mirror, the wood digging sharp into her sticky skin. The thorns did not cut her. They never did. They only held the glass, waiting for her command. "Show me again," she snarled, her voice rough and raw from the rage burning in her chest.
What is my fate now?
The mirror held still for 3 long heartbeats. No shimmer, no shift of light. It just looked back at her, a flat black reflection of the torchlight on the wall. Then the surface rippled, slow at first, then faster, like the current of a river pulling under the ice. The first image cleared. It was her, 10 years from now, lines around her eyes, her hands shaking when she poured wine, her voice cracking when she addressed the court. The courtiers did not look at her when she spoke. They looked past her, toward the door, where Snow White stood waiting. The vision shifted again. 20 years from now, the throne room was half empty. Tapestries had fallen from the walls. The great fire burned low, and no one bothered to restoke it. She sat alone on the throne, no one at her side, no one to bring her news, no one to answer when she called. The vision shifted a third time. It was her deathbed, a cold stone chamber. No candles, no one holding her hand, no one to close her eyes when the breath stopped. The face by the bed, the face that stood over her when she died, was always the same, Snow White. Every path, every choice, every turn of the calendar, it all ended the same way. Her downfall, her death, caused by the girl who still ran free in the woods. Before that, the mirror had only shown her decades of unchallenged power. Then she hunted the girl. Then the mirror showed her coffin. Then the huntsman betrayed her. Then the mirror showed her slow, lonely death. Every time she reached for violence, every time she gave in to fear, the future got darker. The end got closer. Slowly, the terrible truth dawned. It was not fixed. It was not written before she acted. The mirror was not showing her a fate that was waiting to happen. It was showing her the future that her own fear was building. The more I fight this, she thought, the closer it gets. Every order she sent after the girl, every poison she stirred in the cellars, every plan she wove to sneak into the woods and end the threat before it could grow, every single step she took to stop the vision of her death, it only pulled the vision closer. It wove the threads of that dark future tighter, until it became real. The mirror did not predict her fate. It reacted to it. It fed on her fear. The more afraid she became, the more certain the dark future grew. She had been running from the coffin this whole time, and every step of her run had pushed her straight toward it. Hundreds of miles away, deep in the old forest, Snow White woke at dawn every morning to the smell of pine and baking bread. The 7 dwarfs had given her shelter. They had given her a bed by the fire and work to keep her hands busy, and a promise that no hunter would find her there. For weeks, she slept through the nights, exhausted from running, grateful for the quiet. Then the dreams began. At first, they were just the same old nightmare. The queen stood at the edge of the clearing, a knife in her hand, her face twisted with rage. Snow White would run, her boots slipping on moss, her lungs burning, and wake with the sheets tangled around her legs. Then, the dreams changed. The queen was still there, in the dark chamber with the thorns and the mirror. But she was not reaching for a knife. She was pressing her forehead to the cold glass, her shoulders shaking, silent sobs racking her body. She was not hunting, she was hiding. One morning, she woke before the dwarfs stirred, the dream still sharp in her mind. She sat up by the fire and let the truth settle. The queen was not her enemy, she was just afraid. Weeks passed. The queen did not leave her private chamber. She did not eat. She did not sleep more than a few minutes at a time. Her fingers shook when she reached for the vials of poison she kept on the table. Her knees buckled when she crossed the room to the mirror. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the glass coffin. Every time she opened them, she stared at the dark surface of the mirror, waiting for another vision that would tell her the end was closer. She traced the thorn frame with a trembling fingertip over and over until the thorns cut into her skin. The blood dripped down the wood onto the marble floor. She did not wipe it away. She had tried every path. She had ordered the hunt. She had brewed the poisons. She had planned every disguise, every trick, every way to end the threat before it could end her. Every step had only pulled the coffin closer. There was no way out through more fear, no way out through more killing. She had to know there had to be one path left, one future that was not already stitched tight with her own blood. She pressed her forehead to the cold mirror glass. The chills seeped into her bones, but she did not pull back. She drew in a breath that burned her throat and screamed. The echo of her scream faded. No sound came back. No shimmer of glass. No glow of light forming an image. No cold whisper from the surface. The mirror stayed still, flat and dark, as if it had gone dead. The queen's breath caught in her throat. She held it, counting heartbeats against the glass. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. She lifted her head, her fingers curling around the edge of the frame until her knuckles ached. Was this the answer? No vision at all? No way out? She opened her mouth to scream again, to demand the mirror keep its promise, when the glass finally moved. A faint shimmer rippled from the bottom edge, slow and gentle, nothing like the violent heaving of the previous visions. The darkness pulled back, soft at first, then sharp and clear. It showed this very chamber, the same torchlight, the same marble floor. The twisted black thorn frame stood exactly where it stood now, and standing right in the center of the room, between the queen and the mirror, was Snow White. She did not hold a sword. She did not reach for the queen's throat. She held out one open hand, palm up, no weapon hidden in her sleeve. Behind them, against the far wall, the throne stood against the stone. It was not empty. It was not crowded. There was space for two people to sit, side by side. No one pushed out, no one replaced. The glass coffin was nowhere to be seen. No pale, lifeless body, no stolen crown perched on an enemy's head. The image held steady, clear as the torchlight that spilled across it. The queen's knees went weak. For the first time in months, a sliver of something soft pushed through the fear in her bones. Could this be real? 3 days passed. The queen did not sleep. She did not eat. She stood by the mirror from dawn until dusk, the poisoned apple curled tight in her right hand. She had planned every step. When Snow White walked through the door, she would offer the fruit as a peace offering. She would smile and watch the girl take a bite, and the threat would end before it began. The vision echoed in her head, over and over. Space for both of us. But the fear was older than the vision. It had rooted into her bones. She could not let go of it yet. She heard the boots on the marble outside first. Slow, steady, no clatter of armor, no roar of soldiers. Just one set of footsteps, walking straight down the hall toward her chamber door. The queen's grip on the apple tightened. Her thumb brushed the shiny red skin. The footsteps stopped outside. A shadow moved under the crack in the oak door. For a long beat, nothing happened. Then, the door pushed open. Slow, no force. No one burst in with a shout. Snow White stepped over the threshold and pulled the door closed behind her. She stood just inside the room, no weapon drawn, no stance to fight. She had walked hundreds of miles. She had hidden from hunters, slept in cold leaves, outrun every attempt on her life. And still, she walked forward, unafraid. Her gaze landed straight on the queen, by the mirror. She said, her voice was soft, steady, no trace of anger, no trace of triumph. The queen did not move. She did not speak. She just stared.
You don't have to be afraid anymore. I came here to end this.
The mirror's cold whisper echoed through the chamber, soft but unmissable. This is the moment that decides everything. The words settled in her bones, sharp as a shard of glass. Snow White stepped forward one slow step. She did not flinch. She did not reach for anything hidden at her own waist. She just stood there, open, unguarded, waiting. The queen's eyes scanned her face, line by line, looking for the trap, looking for the anger she had spent months expecting, for the hunger for her crown, for her throne, for everything she had built. There was nothing. No bite to her smile, no glint of greed in her eyes. She just looked tired. She looked like someone who had run far longer than she ever should have had to, who just wanted the running to stop. The queen's thumb pressed harder into the apple's skin, the 2 seats on the throne. The open hand, no coffin, no death. The fear with that faint, soft sliver of hope in her chest. The hope won. One by one, the queen's fingers relaxed and apple slipped. It hit the hard stone with a sharp, cracking thud. The impact split the apple clean open down its core. Black poison oozed out of the split, seeping into the narrow cracks between the marble tiles. The room held its breath. No one moved. No one spoke. The only sound was the faint hiss of the poison eating into the grout between the marble tiles. For a long, still second, nothing happened. The ancient mirror stands against the wall behind the queen, its surface dark and quiet. The twisted black thorns of its frame stood rigid. The queen did not turn around. She kept her eyes locked on Snow White, waiting for something to break. Snow White did not move either. She just watched, waiting. No fear in her posture, no surprise on her face. Then, a sound, thin, sharp, high, a single crack running straight down the center of the mirror's glass. The crack spread fast. It branched left and right, splitting into 1,000 smaller lines, covering the entire surface before anyone could draw another breath. The glass shuddered. A fine dust of tiny splinters rained down first, hitting the floor with a soft, dry patter. Then the whole panel gave way. Thousands of shards cascaded off the frame, clattering against the marble, skittering across the floor to stop at the queen's boots. The air shifted. The cold, heavy weight that had pressed down on the chamber for years lifted, all at once. No cold whisper, no more waiting, no more visions of blood and coffins and death. Every dark future the mirror had ever shown the queen vanished, along with the glass that held them. No shadow remained. No threat hung in the air. It was gone. The queen stood still, listening to the last shard skitter to a stop against the base of the wall. The silence that filled the chamber was soft, not empty. It was the kind of silence that comes after a long storm, when the wind has finally died and the air feels clean again. Snow White stepped forward again, closing the gap between them, but the queen did not flinch. She stared at the pile of broken glass at her feet, and the whole truth slowly unspooled in her mind. This was the twist no one had ever seen coming. The mirror never predicted a fixed destiny. It never had a power of its own to force fate to fit its visions. It only reflected what the queen already carried inside her. It shaped the future out of her fear. Every night she had come to this chamber, trembling with the need to control what came next. Every time she saw a shadow of death, she reached for a knife. Every order she gave to hunt Snow White. Every poison she stirred in the dark cellar. Every disguise she sewed to sneak after the girl. Every step she took to stop the vision, she pulled that vision closer. She made it real. Her fear fed the mirror. The more afraid she grew, the darker the visions became. The queen turned her head and looked at the bare stone wall where the mirror stood. The dark stain the frame had left over years was still there, but it was just a stain now. No magic clung to it. No future waited there. She let her shoulders drop. The knot of tension that had sat between her shoulder blades for years loosened. All at once, the moment she chose to drop the apple, to set down her fear, fate itself changed. There was no longer a coffin waiting. There was no longer a rival waiting to steal her crown. There was just 2 women in a quiet chamber, breathing the same clean air. Snow White reached out and rested her hand lightly on the queen's forearm. The queen did not pull away. The twist was never the magic of the mirror. It was never the power of the crown or the claim to the throne. The most dangerous magic the queen ever faced was never in the glass. It was the fear of what might happen. Fear shapes its own future. When you let go of the fear, you let go of the future it would have made. and that is how fate changes.